away from talking about coronavirus every day.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Rick. It's always a treat to have you with us. Rick Davis, he's Bloomberg political contributor. He's with Stone Court Capital. Coming up next here, we're going to talk with Senator Gary Peters of Michigan. He has a new proposal about what we can do about really getting manufacturing going again in this country. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Gathering world-renowned experts takes effort.
So I often struggled at school. Once, when we had a maths test, I looked around the room and everyone was just doing it. And I couldn't, and I began to cry. But my teacher came over and said, it might look like one big problem, but it's just a handful of small ones. And you can deal with that. I hear her voice in my head for every problem I face to this day.
Teaching. Every lesson shapes a life. You could get £26,000 tax-free to train as a teacher. Subject to eligibility, selected subjects only. Search Get Into Teaching.
Let's tune in sports on this day. On this day in 1999, during the FIFA Women's World Cup final, the U.S. beats China 5-4 on penalties, earning the U.S. women's team their second World Cup title.
Party begins in Pasadena. What a day this was, and it continues from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. The United States has won the Women's World Cup.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Trey Wingo here from ESPN's Golic and Wingo. Every morning, Mike Golic Jr. and I sit down to discuss all the news, drama, and highlights spinning the sports world that day. And with TuneIn, you can hear us whenever and wherever you go. Just search Golic and Wingo and start listening today.
Wondering what to play next? Want to know what other TuneIn listeners are listening to right now? Head to the trending section under Browse to explore the most popular stations and podcasts on TuneIn today. Millions of listeners like you can't be wrong.
Are you ready for the realest first-hand take of what's happening in the NBA? On their podcast, All the Smoke, former NBA players Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson bring their fiery intensity to the mic, dishing on the latest news and drama from on and off the court without boundaries.
Half man, half amazing. My friend, our brother, Vince Carter, man. Welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, my brother?
Man,
Search All the Smoke on TuneIn to listen.
To help keep you and your loved ones safe, TuneIn has the latest guidelines from the CDC. Outdoor gatherings, wash your hands and don't touch your face. Stay at least 6 feet from people you don't live with. Wear a mask. Don't share food, toys, or other items, and avoid shared surfaces. Participate in events like these infrequently. For the latest stories and updates on COVID-19, search Coronavirus News on TuneIn. We're all guilty of spending too much time on social media. Why not add something genuinely useful to your feed with TuneIn? Follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about some of the best stuff happening around the app. You might just discover your next audio obsession.
Ready for some straight talk on what's happening in the MLB? On the Barstool Sports Podcast starting 9, Dallas Brayton and Jared Carrabis cut through the BS to break down the league the way they really see it.
Yeah, we're continuing our little mini-series of college baseball coaches in addition to bringing you major league players from throughout the league. If you've been listening to Starting 9 for some time now, you know that we've had a big leaguer on every single episode for probably 2 years now.
Search Starting 9 on TuneIn to listen.
Looking for your daily fix of NFL news and analysis?
In that. So we had to blow it up and do Super Bowl predictions instead. Because we
Look no further than the Pick 6 podcast, where CBS sports writer Will Brinson gets you up to speed with what's trending in the NFL that day, so that you're always in the know.
Yeah, it's pretty revealing of Brince's methodology for predictions. When he gets mad at people for predicting good teams are going to win the Super Bowl or good players are going to win major awards, that's how you wind up.
Search Pick 6 on TuneIn to listen.
How do hockey fans know what day it is? Just turn on the Locked on NHL podcast, where our rotating cast of hockey experts guide you through the week with a different theme show for every day. From big news Monday to recap Friday.
But we've got a couple of news items that are noteworthy in the NHL in the last week, one of which is below the NHL, and we'll bring that up first. So the AHL announced officially, this has been speculated for weeks and weeks, but the AHL...
Search Locked on NHL on TuneIn to listen.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Stay close to college hoops conversation with the College Basketball Talk podcast from NBC Sports. Join Rob Doster and Bobby Reagan for weekly recaps of what's happening in every conference, nostalgic flashbacks to classic games, and big picture discussions on the future of the sport.
Yes, they found a way to ensure that there was a financial incentive for be able to get paid for K to go there, if that makes sense. But it's not, there was still a recruitment involved, right? Let me think about it like this.
Search College Basketball Talk on TuneIn to listen.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Not simply advisory, but actually has some ability to make decisions, maybe even deploy money.
Well, that's why you need a strong voice for manufacturing. So it creates basically a chief manufacturing officer that would speak from the National Institute of Manufacturing. That key position and one voice would speak directly to the administration. It would speak directly to Congress. Right now, you don't get that kind of voice. So when you have 58 programs over 11 different agencies, that's spread out all over many different congressional committees, for example, there's not one voice talking to the president on a regular basis about manufacturing. So it really makes sure that manufacturing is always front and center. And it's done in a way where the industry has come together, and the broad industry comes together, including having advisory council that can speak with one voice saying, if we want to increase manufacturing in this country, we want to employ more people in the industry and pay the great paying wages that come out of manufacturing, then we need to do this. And it's just important to have that one voice.
President Trump came to office really with manufacturing, building up U.S. manufacturing as being a priority for him. He talks about it all the time. I understand you're a Democrat, he's a Republican, but what do you make of his plans? What has he done? Has he really helped manufacturing back in Michigan, for example?
No, I think we continue. We continue to lose ground in manufacturing. And one area that I'm particularly concerned about, and actually a report that I put out last year as the ranking Democrat on Senate Homeland Security Committee, we looked at it from a Homeland National Security issue. And we are actually dependent on foreign countries for the precursors to nearly all the drugs that we produce, critical medical supplies. I actually, in the report last year, said when the country experiences a pandemic in the future, we're going to be in serious trouble. And little did I know, a few months later, here we are in the pandemic, and it's clear we do not have resiliency in our supply chains. We've got to build supply chains that are certainly efficient and deliver products in a very cost-effective way. But we've also learned firsthand in a dramatic fashion that we need resiliency. We need to be able to take care of supplies that are critical to national security. And that's either the industrial base for the U.S. military, or in my mind, also critical drugs and medical supplies necessary for the health and welfare of Americans. And that's why we need to be thinking broadly about manufacturing and how it enhances not just our economic security, but our health security and our national security generally.
Finally, Senator, I don't want to let you go without talking about one of the big topics of this week, and that is schools. What's going to happen in the fall? Can we get back to schools? What's the situation in Michigan? Betsy DeVos, the Secretary of Education, of course, is a Michigander, a fellow Michigander, although a Republican. What is going to happen in the Michigan state school system, and what do you think should happen?
Well, I think what ultimately has to happen has to be based on science. It's going to have to be based on the advice that we get from epidemiologists. Clearly, I think all of us would like to get back to a new normal, and going back to school is incredibly important. But I think we also want to make sure we do it safely. So I think it's about that balancing act. Again, as I mentioned at the top of this interview, we're taking it day by day as to how the virus is advancing throughout Michigan. Right now, it seems to be controlled, but we're concerned as the level of those cases go up. So I think we just have to be very wary about the future, but also understand that we do want to get back to a new normal, but we have to do it safely.
So, Senator, just to leave you here, let's talk about sports in schools. My crack staff here has informed me that Flint's Powers Catholic beat Pontiac's Notre Dame Prep in high school football playoffs last November. I must say, when I was in Flint, I was not in a Catholic school, I was a public school. But are you hoping to get the sports back up and running so you maybe can avenge that loss?
I think we all, I love sports like everybody. And as you know, Michigan is a big sports state. We all want to get back and have active sports. But again, we've got to make sure it's done safely. But I think I'm with everybody in the state saying, let's get back to the new normal as quickly and safely as possible.
Yeah, hear to that. Okay, thank you so much. That's Senator Gary Peters of the state of Michigan. Coming here next, we're going to be talking with Richard Trumka. He, of course, is the head of the AFL-CIO. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
In a world pandemic, wild theories abound. This is beginning to percolate. But there is one source that's expert, honest, and current. Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene.
You try to avoid the losers.
Jonathan Farrow.
We've got the potential for the value trap.
And Lisa Abramowitz.
What's the risk for financial stability?
Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. And now, watch us on Bloomberg Television.
Hi, everyone. Al Roker here. As a guy with his own catchphrase, I appreciate that after 75 years, Smokey's only said,
"Only you can prevent wildfires."
But I'm filling in because there's a lot more to report. Like when it's dry or windy. Be careful burning yard waste, because wildfires can even start in your neck of the woods. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. Well, as much as has been done already for the economy, much more needs to be done. And we welcome now somebody who is really in the middle of getting that done. He is Richard Trumka. He is the president of AFL-CIO. It represents over 12.5 million working men and women across the country. Richard, always great to have you with us. Where are we with the HEROES Act?
Well, here's where we are in general, David. The clock's ticking. The virus is surging, the economy's sinking, the Senate's still sitting on its hands. And on July 31st, almost 36 million people are going to lose $600 a week unless the HEROES Act is passed. And that's going to be devastating to the economy. We saw this week that there were 2.4 million claims filed. And 1.4 million regular unemployment claims, and then 1 million public unemployment assistance. Those are people that don't qualify for regular unemployment. And that shows you the big gap that we have in our social safety net. We need to get the HEROES Act passed now because local governments, if you want to go back to school, local governments need help with investing in social distancing and the infrastructure that they need, the PPE that they need. So the HEROES Act has to get passed, and it has to get passed quickly. And unfortunately, Mitch McConnell and the Senate are just sitting on their hands.
Well, as you say, Richard, one of the cliffs that we're facing, a lot of people are facing, is that July 31 deadline on the supplemental $600 payment for unemployment. There are some people proposing, saying, look, we need to do something more. We have to extend it. But the $600 flat number doesn't really quite work because some people end up making more money not being employed than employed. Are you open? Do you think it makes sense to have sort of a graduated unemployment insurance program?
Let me just debunk that notion. First of all, those people that are getting something, the $600, they're also losing their health care. There's 24 million people that have lost their health care because of this as well. And it's trying to make up a little bit of the difference between there. It's not some kind of giant bonus. That $600 is the best spent money that we've had so far. It's kept the economy going because we've had 36 million people can actually buy things that they won't be able to buy if that expires.
So, Richard, one of the big issues of this week is reopening the schools. President Trump has been very outspoken on the subject. Where are you on that subject? Because on the one hand, it could actually help employment if we need to employ more people actually than we had before in order to protect the children and the staff. On the other hand, it could put some of the workers really at risk.
Well, it absolutely could. Look, teachers are fierce defenders of their students and their communities. And they're not going to allow us to hurt either those students or the community because we have an ill-conceived back-to-school plan. It's going to take a lot of investment to get schools started if you want to do that. Again, that's why the HEROES Act is so important, because right now local governments are laying off people because they don't have the revenue because of the pandemic. State governments are laying off people because they don't have the revenue because of the pandemic. If you want to get people back to school, we have to do it safely. And that means we're going to have to do the following. We're going to have to invest in social distancing. You're going to have to invest in ventilation and cleaning stuff. You're going to have to invest in PPE. You're going to have to make sure that there's tracing, tracking, and isolation involved. All of that requires investment because it's going to take more to do the same thing with students. We want to get back to school. We want those students back, but not at the cost of injuring them or the community. We will not allow another setback and another ill-conceived false start.
Yeah, and just briefly at the end, more broadly even than schools, where are you on basically shutting down more of the economy? We're seeing now record numbers in Florida, in Texas, in California. A city like Melbourne in Australia just said, okay, this is not working, we're going to shut it down. Should we be being more aggressive in going back?
I think absolutely that's the case right now. I think you have to follow the science and you have to follow the numbers. You see what happens when you get trigger happy or you let politics control what you're doing. States like Florida, Texas, a number of them thought, well, we'll listen to the president, we'll send people back to work without a real plan. And now we're seeing a second surge, and we're paying the price for that.
Yeah, it's very disturbing. Richard Trumka, president of the AFL-CIO, thank you so much. In our second hour of Bounce of Power on the radio, we're going to be joined by Carly Fiorina as we talk about all those layoffs that now seem to be coming the second half of the year. And this is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Blame Athleisure and Zoom. America's oldest clothier, Brooks Brothers, has filed for bankruptcy. With formal attire losing favor in our current work-from-home reality, the 2-century-old apparel company is the latest old-line retailer to succumb, joining the likes of Neiman Marcus and J. Crew in bankruptcy filings since the virus took hold. In other fashion news, if Kylie Jenner can eradicate more than $1 billion from Snap Inc.'s market value in a single tweet, then surely the mega celebrity's promotion of a black-owned fashion label can have the opposite effect. Such was the experience of Jedediah Duyil, a London-born designer of Nigerian and Ghanaian descent, who saw her collection at Loud Brand Studios sell out after 2 Instagram posts from Jenner racked up more than 13 million likes. According to a Bloomberg News survey, 61% of Americans say they never buy based on influencers. But with the social media star as big as Jenner among Generation Z and millennials, odds can change. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
The doors are opening.
When is that moment out in the distant future?
Some things will be as they were, others forever changed.
The restaurant industry will never be the same.
Follow every new development here on Bloomberg Radio.
What do we need in terms of maybe the new school of economic thought?
Because the next best thing to magic is insight.
It may take nearly a decade for the U.S. economy to recover.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
What's the true value of your custodial relationship? Ben Harrison of BNY Mellon's Pershing explains.
As sophisticated investors demand more from their advisors, advisory firms, in turn, need to rely on their custodian to help them grow their complex businesses. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, supporting the rapid growth of RIAs is our #1 priority. We understand what it means to deliver true value to our clients who are looking for a custodian that is aligned with their best interest and delivers high-value solutions, all in an open architecture environment with flexibility, choice, and transparency. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength, resiliency, and high-touch service that BNY Mellon Pershing provides. When you work with Pershing, we put your business first. Can your custodian say that?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Pershing Advisor Solutions, LLC. Member FINRA SIPC.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It is a mixed Friday. We're on track for a winning week, but the Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. NASDAQ lower, little change right now. Most stocks are gaining as signs that the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19. Blunted concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the global economic recovery. Banks leading the S&P 500 index higher. They report earnings next week among some of the bank names right now. Wells Fargo up 4.2%. J.P. Morgan Chase up 3.9%. Citigroup up 4.3%. Bank of America up by 3.5%. Here's where the equity indexes stand. S&P is up 14, a gain of 0.5%. The Dow up 216. That is a gain of 0.8%. NASDAQ swinging between gains and losses. Right now it is little changed and higher, up by 1 point. 10 years down 2/32 with a yield of 0.62%. Gold is down 0.5%. $17.94 the ounce, back below $1,800. And crude up today, rebounding from yesterday's decline, up 1.3%, now at $40.15. Gilead Sciences shares, they're up 2%. The company says its remdesivir treatment cut COVID-19 mortality risk by 62%. The new analysis compared late-stage trial data with real-world treatment. Gilead will present the findings at the virtual COVID-19 conference as part of the 23rd International AIDS Conference. The International Energy Agency bolstering its outlook for global demand, but warned the recovery could be derailed by the resurgence of coronavirus. And with more on commodities trading this Friday, here's Bloomberg's Renita Young.
Oil rebounds on a weaker U.S. dollar, yet a gloomy demand outlook lingers with coronavirus cases surging. Crude is on track for a weekly decline as California, Texas, and Florida record some of their biggest daily gains in cases and deaths this week. The coronavirus pandemic is far from easing around the world, and the International Energy Agency said a jump in cases could derail the market recovery. Renita Young, Bloomberg Radio.
And again, West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 1.4%, $40.18 a barrel. 102 on Wall Street. Time now for your market drivers report. And here he is, Dave Wilson.
Thanks, Charlie. Looking at American depository receipts as I do at this hour every weekday. The ADRs are higher along with U.S. shares. The S&P ADR index is up 0.4%. The S&P 500 is also up 0.4%. France's Alstom has gained 5.1% in U.S. trading. The European Commission set a July 31st deadline to rule on the train maker's $7 billion takeover offer for the rail unit of Canada's Bombardier. Alstom said yesterday that it would offer several concessions to get the deal approved. Germany's BioNTech has climbed 6.5%. Co-founder and CEO Ugur Sahin told the Wall Street Journal he expects the company to produce more than 1 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine next year. BioNTech is developing the vaccine with U.S.-based Pfizer. Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing has slipped 2%. The ADRs are lower, even though June results indicated second quarter revenue was higher than analysts' average estimate in the Bloomberg survey. Now, the ADRs had jumped 48% from a March low before the data came out. And China Life Insurance has lost 5.1%. The company reported that first half revenue dropped 16% from a year ago, even though last month's sales rose 44%, Charlie.
All right, we thank you very much. Dave Wilson keeping track of those American depository receipts. This is the time of week where we get the weekly rig count numbers out of Baker Hughes. Baker Hughes says the oil rig count down by 4 this week to 181. Recapping equities mix, the Dow, the S&P higher, NASDAQ lower, S&P up 13, up 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power.
Everybody in the world has one common enemy, and that's to win the war against this virus.
The first thing you do is listen to the medical professionals.
Those people that lost their pay, we want to see that pay continued.
Where the world of politics meets the world of business.
Our priority is the health and well-being and the lives of the American people.
We want to make sure that we are continuing to support our hospitals.
We've unleashed our most potent weapon of all, the courage of the American people.
Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
Coronavirus cases and deaths set new records as much of the nation struggles with restarting the economy. Corporations look forward to the second half of the year, and many see layoffs in their futures. And former Vice President Biden lays out his economic plans. From New York, welcome to the second hour of Bloomberg Balance of Power. I'm David Weston. Former Vice President Joe Biden began to lay out his plans for the economy yesterday under the slogan, Build Back Better, even as a new ABC News Ipsos poll shows the country increasingly dissatisfied with President Trump's handling of the pandemic and of race relations. We welcome now Bloomberg political contributor Jeannie Zaino, professor of political science at Iona College. So, Jeannie, welcome. It's always great to have you here. It's certainly striking the level of dissatisfaction with the pandemic and with race relations. On the other hand, President Trump typically has had a bit of an edge when it comes to the economy, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, the numbers from that new ABC Ipsos poll you mentioned, they are really stark and very troubling for the Trump campaign, with about 67% of Americans disapproving of his handling of the pandemic. On the other hand, he has always done well on the economy. And I think one of the things we need to keep in mind is that he still is up on the economy. That is really his strong suit. And that's why we saw Joe Biden go out yesterday to his hometown in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and talk about his vision of how he will bring the economy back from the pandemic and some of the other crises the country is facing. So he's really trying to take it to the president in the very place where the president needs to hold on, and that is the economy.
His plan, and this was the first, I guess, of 2 or 3 different rollouts here of different parts of the economic plan, but Vice President Biden's plan, I mean, I'll characterize it, and you can criticize me for it. It felt a little progressive light.
It did, and I think that is by design. You know, one of the things the Biden campaign wants to do is they want to make sure that the president is true to, the vice president, is true to who he has always been, which, you know, is somebody who is not a terribly progressive left-wing candidate, and that was one of the things he was criticized about from the left during the campaign. It wouldn't be authentic for him to go out like that, and he didn't yesterday. But it's also, of course, strategic, because he doesn't want to give the Trump campaign an opening to paint him as a socialist, as a progressive, as, part of this AOC wing of the Democratic Party. And so I think what we saw yesterday, he really walked a line between those two things. And, he really was responding to, in some ways you can think about what he was doing was not unlike what President Trump did in 2016, talking about, in particular, manufacturing with this sort of populist notion of strengthening America. The investments he's talking about in terms of manufacturing are, if we're going to take your tax money and spend it, we're going to spend it on American companies. So that was the first of what we understand will be 4 speeches he's going to give on the economy. And while he did talk about rolling back some of Trump's tax, corporate tax cuts and some of the tax cuts he put in place for the wealthier individuals, a lot of it was focused on this sort of investment in manufacturing. So on the one hand, he's going to be hit from the left for what's not there, right? A Green New Deal, for instance, his support of fracking and other things. And on the other hand, I think the Trump campaign is going to have a hard time painting him into that progressive wing. So it sort of works in terms of authenticity and strategy for the campaign.
But Jeannie, I guess my question is there a significant enough niche between being too progressive on the one hand and being too much like Donald Trump on the other? Because one of the things that struck me about this plan is he agrees with President Trump on an awful lot of the basic principles. He agrees we're not really going to be worried about free trade. He agrees we shouldn't be too easy on China. He agrees we should emphasize manufacturing. So how is he different from President Trump?
Well, this is, I think, by design, and it is, I think, authentic to who Joe Biden has always been. He wants to hug the president because, of course, this election is going to be decided in those Midwestern states where they aren't particularly as progressive as we are in some of these parts of New York and some of the western part of the country. So he wants to hug him close so that he can win states that Hillary Clinton lost in the Midwest and elsewhere. So it does work from that perspective. But again, I think what we're going to see is we are going to see some pushback from progressives who feel like this does not go far enough. If we think, for instance, he proposed $400 billion in spending, and that was about $100 billion per year, whereas Elizabeth Warren had about $150 billion per year she was talking about. So he's sort of putting himself right in the middle of that particular position. And his spending is on, things like goods and services made in the U.S., another $300 billion for R&D. And you're absolutely right. In some ways, it's hard to differentiate much of what he's saying to President Trump, but strategically, that's going to work for him because it makes it awfully difficult to imagine how the president's team tries to attack him. And of course, we saw Steve Bannon come out yesterday and say it was a really smart move on the part of the president, of the vice president's campaign.
Well, and it may raise the more fundamental question is, what is the election going to be about? Is it going to be about a better economic plan, or is it going to be about fighting the pandemic? Because we do have a really big problem, public health problem in this country. And as you started out talking about those ABC News Ipsos polls, on that score right now, President Trump is hurting.
He's absolutely hurting, and I think that's one of the things I'm wondering if we're going to hear more from the Biden campaign going forward. On this R&D funding he's talking about, imagine if we had under the current administration more of an investment in things like biotech, if we would have been in a better position to fight the pandemic. So I think he is going to want to battle this out on the pandemic, which is something the president doesn't want to talk about. He's also going to want to battle it out on this issue of empathy. We saw over and over again this message yesterday that I hear you, I understand what you're going through. While the president was focused on Wall Street, I'm focused on the people and workers.
Thank you so much. Always a treat to have you with us. That is Bloomberg political contributor Jeannie Zaino. Coming up, naming and shaming those who took PPP funds. Does it make sense? Carl Smith of Bloomberg Opinion is here with his view. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Business and finance have always held surprises, but this is brand new.
The move risks fueling more demonstrations, and Stokes' concern that essential freedoms will be curbed.
Karen Muskow and Nathan Hager.
Chinese lawmakers approved national security legislation.
Expert navigation through uncharted territory.
Tell us the range of outcomes that we could see on that front.
Bloomberg Daybreak, weekday mornings at 5 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Economics.
All this doom and gloom was out there.
Finance.
Do you see this as a technical correction?
Investment.
What are you looking at to give you some sort of compass through this period?
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Lots and lots of talk about what the Fed should and shouldn't do.
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
We speak with Professor Schiller of Yale University.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
You know your body, and you know when something's off, when something doesn't feel quite right. Don't ignore symptoms like fatigue, joint pain, rashes, and fever. They could be signs of lupus. Listen to your body. Take care of yourself. We're here to help you take control of your health. Learn how at BeFierceTakeControl.org. Brought to you by the Lupus Foundation of America and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting.
Did somebody say just eat?
Me, get delivery like a G. See, hungry dogs gotta eat. I get mines every day, every week. Chicken wings to the crib, I'm sitting in. Burger in the low-low, hope they put the pickle in. Wonton on a catamaran. Oodles and noodles, thank you, my man. J-U-S-T-E-A-T.
Somebody say just eat.
Honda. We're not a car company. We're more of a listening company. And now our ears have brought our attention to where people feel most comfortable, the lounge. So we asked ourselves, what could Honda do to innovate in this space? Well, how about more space? Calm and uncluttered, with modern yet retro styling, and built-in screens compatible with your games console. It's the most comfortable lounge you've ever driven. Introducing the new Honda E, our small electric city car. Honda, the power of dreams.
Give yourself a Diet Coke break.
How do we control coronavirus now? Listen to Steph. She's a bus driver.
Now that people are using public transport again, we really need to make sure that we keep each other safe. Passengers need to stay 2 meters apart. If that's not possible, make it at least 1 meter. I want to see everyone wearing face coverings over their mouth and nose unless you've got a good reason not to. And when you get to where you're going, you need to wash your hands. We've still got to play our part.
Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Let's tune in sports on this day. On this day in 1999, during the FIFA Women's World Cup final, the U.S. beats China 5-4 on penalties, earning the U.S. women's team their second World Cup title.
Party begins in Pasadena. What a day this was, and it continues from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. The United States has won the Women's World Cup.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Stay close to college hoops conversation with the College Basketball Talk podcast from NBC Sports. Join Rob Doster and Bobby Reagan for weekly recaps of what's happening in every conference, nostalgic flashbacks to classic games, and big picture discussions on the future of the sport.
Yes, they found a way to ensure that there was a financial incentive for be able to get paid for K to go there, if that makes sense. But it's not, there was still a recruitment involved, right? Let me think about it like this.
Search College Basketball Talk on TuneIn to listen.
Are you fully informed on the NBA? On the NBA Hangtime podcast, veteran sports writers Sekou Smith and John Schumann analyze the latest NBA news, storylines, and discussions with guests from around the basketball universe.
Isaiah Thomas joined us here on the Hangtime podcast. Isaiah, good morning.
Everybody's doing well. As you know, my daughter tested positive.
Search NBA Hangtime on TuneIn to listen.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are higher across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all advancing right now, looking at a 13-point gain in the S&P, up by about 0.4%. The Dow's up 185, up 0.7%. NASDAQ swinging between gains and losses. It is higher right now, up by 4 points, on track for another record close, up by about 0.1%. So most stocks are gaining as signs the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19 blunts concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the global economic recovery. Banks leading the S&P 500 index, J.P. Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Bank of America, Wells Fargo among some of the bank names moving higher. A lot of those banks will be reporting earnings next week. We've got the 10-year down 230 seconds, yield now 0.62%. Gold is down 0.4%, $17.95 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.4%, $40.17 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg Opinion, informed perspectives, and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
It is time now for Bloomberg Opinion, and today we welcome columnist Carl Smith, Vice President for Federal Policy at the Tax Foundation. Carl has a column out, and the title says an awful lot of it. Don't shame businesses for taking government money. What is the concern here, Carl?
So I think the concern is that there's been a lot of effort to critique various firms for taking the money from the Paycheck Protection Program, either because people felt that they were too large or that they were connected with wealthy celebrities or even connected with politicians. But the purpose of the program is to extend liquidity in the economy to as many people as possible. Even when it was originally designed, it had a lot of safeguards built in. It had a lot of requirements built in. That was actually really hard on a lot of smaller businesses, and I appreciate that, and I've argued against it. But the critiques of the program actually tend to make that problem worse because they encourage Congress to put in more layers of bureaucracy in future programs. And what we really need is to make it easier for, the smallest businesses, the least sophisticated businesses to be able to apply for programs. And the way to do that is to be fairly open about, who can apply and not, try to rush to judgment about, this firm or that firm doing it, but say, if you're in crisis or if you need money because of this crisis, we're here to provide a bridge for you. And as many people take that, we'll be able to blunt the impact of the crisis and the shutdowns.
How much of the issue, Carl, was simply the time question? That is to say, we needed to get out the door right away. When the PPP was originally proposed, this payroll protection program, people were skeptical they could get the money out the door. They did get the money out the door, but almost necessarily it may go to some people that maybe don't need it the most. Is it a timing issue? And if so, does that mean if there's another round, as a lot of people think there will be sort of toward the end of this month, if we had time now to tailor it better?
I do think the timing is a key issue. Originally, I was opposed to using the SBA because I thought that it was not, didn't have the capacity to handle a program this size. They did do a better job than I anticipated. I'll admit that. And I'd actually say that they've learned a lot. And so if they wanted to extend the PPP, that's good. But making it as simple as possible to go forward, offering the low interest loan essentially to any business that wants to apply. There's a forgiveness aspect to it too. It makes total sense to make that more difficult to get and have sort of an after the fact accountability before you get forgiven. But if you just need, cash to keep, your employees on the payroll or, not default on your lease, that should be just as easy as possible, with as little, I think, scrutiny as possible, to be honest with you.
But I think what you just said is key, potentially, at least to some of the criticisms being made. If you need cash to keep people on the payroll, some of the applicants perhaps did not need cash to keep people on the payroll. They had cash in other places that they could use. And is there a political aspect to this that politically the populace, the citizenry, will really not want to continue doing things like this if they think that people are getting it that don't need it? That is to say, they would keep the people on the payroll anyway.
Well, so that requires a difficult judgment call. I mean, so it's very easy to point to examples, Kanye West got some money or something like that. Yeah. But how do you write legislation like that? I mean, you're not going to write legislation that says everybody gets this unless you're Kanye West. Everybody gets this unless you have a Grammy. You can't do that. Anytime you try to take these concerns and then turn them into legislation, you make it kludgier, you make it more legalistic, you make it more difficult for small businesses, and really they're actually the ones who have the most problem. I mean, we saw this even with the program as designed, and when it was originally designed, they wanted to address some of those concerns. Let's target it towards people who got it. But what did you see? The firms with a lot of lawyers, with good relationships with banks, they could navigate through whatever requirements you put down there, and they got the money. Some small businesses were totally confused about what was going on, what they had to do, would they, be charged if they didn't do things correctly. And so adding these layers of constraint actually, puts the most burden on businesses that are the least sophisticated. And so that's why I'm saying in a crisis situation, let's try to make it as open as possible, right? And, there are two parts to this program. One is getting the loan up front. Let's make that easy. The second thing is forgiveness. Now, when it comes to forgiveness, yes, make it a stronger justification that you need it. But for businesses that, their alternative is maybe they would default on their lease, maybe they would, have to let people go that they were very close to, didn't want to let go. You don't want the difficulty of the situation to stand in the way of them using the program. And so that's why, I think if we just extended it, people have learned some things about the existing program, and they probably could navigate it. But adding an additional layer in a second round, I think, would just cause the same problem for the smallest businesses over again.
Well, finally here, Carl, do we know yet whether it worked?
I don't think that we do. I think that there are definitely concerns. So there are two sort of schools of thought in this. One is that, overall job loss has actually been less than what we thought. And some of that might be, attributed to these programs. At the same time, we see that, there are definitely businesses we can identify who either were unable to navigate the process or who attempted to and nonetheless had permanent layoffs. And so that means that it wasn't as effective as we hoped it would be. So I think that it's going to take an autopsy afterwards to really know exactly what the net was. Yeah.
A little forensic accounting. Okay, thanks so much to Bloomberg Opinion columnist Carl Smith. You can read more on this and other stories from Bloomberg Opinion at Bloomberg.com/opinion and on the terminal by typing in OPIN GO. Coming up here, corporations are warning of big layoffs in the second half of the year. Carly Fiorino, who ran Hewlett-Packard, is here for a look at what a company needs to do to weather the storm.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks are posting gains on signs the world could soon have an effective COVID-19 treatment. The Dow was up 220 points, S&P up 15, the Nasdaq up 5. Gilead Sciences, the maker of a potential COVID-19 treatment, released test data showing its remdesivir reduced the death rate by 62% compared to patients receiving standard care. But the company says further confirmation is needed in clinical trials. Rivian Automotive, the electric truck startup backed by Amazon and Ford, has lined up additional funding, and a lot of it. Investors led by T. Rowe Price have put in $2.5 billion. And Simon & Schuster, the publisher of that tell-all book by President Trump's niece Mary Trump, has already shipped 600,000 copies of the book to vendors. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
The best of Bloomberg Business Week every business day.
We've got a market sell-off that's spreading around the globe.
The Bloomberg Business Week podcast with Carol Massar and Jason Kelly.
Let's do the Bloomberg Business Week bite of the day, Carol.
The day's breaking global business, finance, and tech news, along with smart analysis.
We know the Fed is going to be sure and steady.
The Bloomberg Business Week podcast.
A great scoop on the terminal.
Listen today on BloombergRadio.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
The world's financial decision makers.
Eurotunnel Le Shuttle is a safer way to get to France and beyond, with social distancing built in. There's no scrum at security, hanging around for your bags, or shouldering strangers in your seat. With Eurotunnel Le Shuttle, simply drive on at Folkestone and stay in your car, comfortably. Then drive off 35 minutes later. Stay safe. Go Tunnel, Eurotunnel Le Shuttle, a safer way to France and beyond.
Honda. We're not a car company. We're more of a listening company. And now our ears have brought our attention to where people feel most comfortable, the lounge. So we asked ourselves, what could Honda do to innovate in this space? Well, how about more space? Calm and uncluttered, with modern yet retro styling, and built-in screens compatible with your games console. It's the most comfortable lounge you've ever driven. Introducing the new Honda E, our small electric city car. Honda, the power of dreams.
Give yourself a Diet Coke break.
How do we control coronavirus now? Listen to Steph. She's a bus driver.
Now that people are using public transport again, we really need to make sure that we keep each other safe. Passengers need to stay 2 meters apart. If that's not possible, make it at least 1 meter. I want to see everyone wearing face coverings over their mouth and nose, unless you've got a good reason not to. And when you get to where you're going, you need to wash your hands. We've still got to play our part.
Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell. So no matter where you are, or what time of day, you can watch over your home and the things you care about. Ring Video Doorbell streams HD video and two-way talk straight to your phone, so you can speak to whoever's at your door from anywhere.
Delivery.
Oh, great. Can you leave it round the back, please?
Sure, no problem.
And it's so simple, you can install it yourself in minutes. See, hear and speak to whoever's at your door from wherever you are with Ring Video Doorbell. Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
Trey Wingo here from ESPN's Golic and Wingo. Every morning, Mike Golic Jr. and I sit down to discuss all the news, drama, and highlights spinning the sports world that day. And with TuneIn, you can hear us whenever and wherever you go. Just search Golic and Wingo and start listening today.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
We're all guilty of spending too much time on social media. Why not add something genuinely useful to your feed with TuneIn? Follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about some of the best stuff happening around the app. You might just discover your next audio obsession. It's TuneIn Sports on this day. On this day in 1999, during the FIFA Women's World Cup final, the U.S. beats China 5-4 on penalties, earning the U.S. women's team their second World Cup title.
Party begins in Pasadena. What a day this was, and it continues from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. The United States has won the Women's World Cup.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
Coming up on Balance of Power, how a corporate leader makes the tough decisions necessary to make it through a downturn. From Carly Fiorina, chairman and founder of Carly Fiorina Enterprises and Unlocking Potential. But first, let's get a market check with Charlie Pella.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on, David Weston. Happy Friday, by the way. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. The Dow close to session highs, up 206 points right now. That is a gain of 0.8%. 1%. S&P's up 15, a gain there of 0.5%. NASDAQ swinging between gains and losses. It is higher now, up by 15 points, up by about 0.1%. Should mention, by the way, that the S&P 500 index is on track for its second winning week. Bottom line here, most stocks are gaining as signs that the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19. Blunted concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the global economic recovery. Banks are leading the S&P 500 index. A lot of the big banks reporting next week, including J.P. Morgan Chase. Its shares rallying today by about 4.4% on shares of JPM. Wholesale prices dropped for the fourth time in 5 months. Covering the economic news for us, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The producer price index dropped 0.2% in June as wholesale food prices declined, reflecting lower meat costs. COVID-19 outbreaks at beef and poultry plants had limited output. Energy costs move higher in the aftermath of the price war between Russia and Saudi Arabia. The government issues data on consumer prices on Tuesday. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Gilead Sciences shares are higher as the company said its remdesivir treatment cut COVID-19 mortality risk by 62%. Gilead up now by 2.1% at 76.27. 10 years down 230 seconds. The yield 0.62%. We've got gold down 0.2%, $17.99 the ounce, and crude back above $40 a barrel, up 1.5%. Now up 60 cents a barrel at $40.21. Again, recapping here, equities higher. NASDAQ holding on to a gain. The rally there continues. S&P now up 15, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of power continues. He made it through the week. What a week it was. Once again, here's your host, David Weston.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet, and happy Friday to you as well. We already have nearly 20 million people unemployed, and yet hardly a day goes by without a major corporation announcing layoffs coming in the second half of the year, from United Airlines to Boots to Wells Fargo. And every one of them represents a family. But at the same time, corporate leaders sometimes have to make tough decisions in order to save the future of the enterprise and the jobs of a much larger group of employees kept on the payroll. Carly Fiorina has had to make some of those difficult choices. She was the CEO of Hewlett-Packard and is now chairman of Carly Fiorina Enterprises and Unlocking Potential, and we're delighted that she's back with us here on Bloomberg. Welcome, Carly. Great to have you with us. So it's terrific to have somebody like you have one of these positions who I know has taken them very seriously. It's a tough decision to make, but explain the thought process as you decide what employees to keep, which ones you have to let go when you have a significant downturn, as we have right now.
Well, thank you. It's so great to be with you again, David. And at the end of every week, we say what a week it was, and this is another week. I think the most important thing to keep in mind when making the toughest decisions of all, which are to lay people off, understanding the impact on them and their families, is what long-term goals are we continuing to try and achieve. And the reason I start there is because I think a lot of tough decisions are made sometimes with only the short term in mind, and I think that's a mistake. So we have talked on this show on other occasions, David, about the fact that sometimes we have become way too short-term focused as a culture, as a market, as investors, as business people. So especially when making the tough decisions, a longer-term vision is actually required. So, for example, if a goal is market leadership over the longer term, I say that because that was our goal as Hewlett-Packard, then while you may absolutely have to lay some people off in order to meet what are perhaps existential challenges, you would perhaps choose not to lay off those who are focused on innovation and building your future. You might choose not to lay off customer service reps, for example. I say that because that is how we approached layoffs. What are our long-term goals? What employees and resources and assets are necessary to achieve those long-term goals despite the short-term difficulties? And then what decisions do we need to make now in order to preserve our opportunity to achieve those long-term goals?
So, Connie, I love the way you set it up because I want to talk about long-term, short-term versus who the stakeholders are, and whether those are different sorts of calculations. We had the former Vice President Joe Biden, whom you've said you're going to vote for, with his first leg of his economic plan come out yesterday. And one of the things he said was that the days of shareholder capitalism have to go away. Focus on just the shareholder making decisions. Is the question who you're focused on? That is, who the stakeholders are? Is it just shareholders, or is it beyond that to workers and customers and things like that? Or is it really long-term, short-term? Or do the two come together?
Well, I have long said publicly, since I think the year 2000 was the year I said it first, that a chief executive's job is to focus on the creation of long-term sustainable shareholder value, and that in order to create long-term sustainable shareholder value, a CEO has to balance the requirements of four constituencies: shareholders, employees, customers, and communities. I continue to believe that's the case. Even the Business Roundtable has recently, as you know, come out with a statement and said, actually, businesses do need to care about more than just stockholders. They need to care about employees and customers and the communities in which those employees and customers live and work. It seems like such an obvious statement, but we clearly have forgotten it. And I think we've forgotten it because we have become so short-term focused. The stock market in many ways is no longer a long-term investment vehicle. It's really about short-term return in many, many cases, not all, but many cases. And so I agree that if businesses are focusing only on the short-term stock price and only on the response of their shareholders in the short term, then they're going to sacrifice employees and customers in many cases and communities. But over the long haul, that is short-sighted decision-making, even though it may make sense in the very short term. So get rewarded in the short term.
Well, that's what I wanted to focus on, actually, because what you say makes eminently good sense. At the same time, again, you've sat in that chair and had to make those decisions. There's a lot of the system that's constructed that does not encourage and maybe discourages longer-term views. I mean, from quarterly reports to analysts to, by the way, financial reporters. We report, certainly quarter to quarter, but more than that, day to day, what your stock price is. What are the sorts of forces you're feeling as a CEO to say, you know what, I'd love to think long term, I just can't afford to?
Well, I do think making the tough decisions and standing up to criticism is what a leader is supposed to do. That is, in many ways, what distinguishes a leader from a manager. A manager does the best they can within the system the way it is. A leader makes the choices that are necessary to change the order of things for the better and achieve long-term goals. I say that from personal experience. I endured a raft of criticism over quarters, over years, proxy battles, shareholder lawsuits, and all the rest of it. Because in the short term, the decisions that we were making were not popping the stock price. I don't say that with bitterness or regret. I think we made absolutely the right choices for the long term. But in the short term, they were difficult. In the short term, the returns were not what some of our shareholders expected. And so I do think that a chief executive has to get clear about what their role is, what their purpose is, what their goals are. And I believe the Business Roundtable is absolutely right when they say a chief executive's job is to balance the requirements of these four constituencies. And I do think that if you are focused on the long term, over time, the shareholder value you create will be more sustainable. But in the short term, some people won't like it, and you're going to take a lot of criticism.
Carly Fiorina is going to be staying with us because she's just set up perfectly the next segment. It is tied to her LinkedIn newsletter, the title of which is Current State, Future State Analysis. That's coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, Noel Spiegel, former senior partner with Deloitte & Touche and past JCF president, discusses the advantages of a donor-advised fund over a private foundation.
There's a lot involved in having a private foundation. You need to engage attorneys, you need to engage accountants, file tax returns. At JCF, all of that is done for you. You don't have to get involved in anything other than making your contribution to your fund and then determining which grants that you want to make.
A JCF fund may be opened with a minimum $5,000 contribution of cash or appreciated securities and can be used as an alternative to or together with a private foundation.
If you have a foundation, you have to list all of the contributions that you made. Potentially anybody, because the information is public, can find out exactly which organizations a foundation has made charitable contributions to.
Let JCF simplify your philanthropy and protect your privacy. Learn more about JCF's private client group at jcfny.org.
If trying to...
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Friday evening by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
Honda. We're not a car company. We're more of a listening company. And now our ears have brought our attention to where people feel most comfortable, the lounge. So we asked ourselves, what could Honda do to innovate in this space? Well, how about more space? Calm and uncluttered, with modern yet retro styling, and built-in screens compatible with your games console. It's the most comfortable lounge you've ever driven. Introducing the new Honda E, our small electric city car. Honda, the power of dreams.
As shops open up again, how do we all stay safe? Fontaine runs a craft store.
We've made the shop COVID safe. If you can't keep 2 meters apart, make sure it's 1 meter with extra precautions. Know the number of customers allowed in at any one time. Use the hand sanitizer at the entrance and use contactless payments. I'm loving serving customers again, but please, to keep us open, we've all got to keep to the guidelines.
Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Buckle up, race fans.
NASCAR is back in the driver's seat.
And you can cut straight to the action here.
With the Performance Racing Network on TuneIn, you can hear PRN's live coverage of some of this year's top events.
As NASCAR's top drivers, Kevin Harvick,
Clint Boyer, and more get back on the track.
Search Performance Racing Network to listen and see upcoming races.
Who says you can't have a laugh while getting serious about America's pastime? On the daily podcast Locked On MLB, comedian and baseball fanatic Paul Francis Sullivan talks about each team, each pennant race, and everything else in the game, from rule changes and controversies to baseball cards and stadium food.
For those of you who are not familiar with me or the old show, I love to obsess over baseball. I'm talking baseball over the Super Bowl. We had a TV showing the division series during my wedding.
Search Locked On MLB on TuneIn to listen today.
We're all guilty of spending too much time on social media. Why not add something genuinely useful to your feed with TuneIn? Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about some of the best stuff happening around the app. You might just discover your next audio obsession. To help keep you and your loved ones safe, TuneIn has the latest guidelines from the CDC. Home alone or with housemates, stay home as much as possible. Try to allow only people you live with into your home. Wash your hands. If you're sick, stay home and isolate from housemates. For the latest stories and updates on COVID-19, search Coronavirus News on TuneIn. How do hockey fans know what day it is? Just turn on the Locked on NHL podcast, where a rotating cast of hockey experts guide you through the week with a different theme show for every day. From big news Monday to recap Friday.
But we've got a couple of news items that are noteworthy in the NHL in the last week, one of which is below the NHL, and we'll bring that up first. So the AHL announced officially, this has been speculated for weeks and weeks, but the AHL...
Search Locked on NHL on TuneIn to listen.
Hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It is an update now for the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ Composite Index. S&P higher by 20 points. In fact, best level of the day right now on the S&P at 3172. Again, up 0.6%. NASDAQ up another 22 points, up 0.2%. NASDAQ now showing a gain of 17.8% in the year-to-date column on the Bloomberg. We've got the Dow up 253, also at the best level, up now by 1%. 10-year down 2/32 with a yield of 0.62%. Gold is down $3.80 the ounce at $17.99, a drop of 0.2%. Oil rallying 1.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude $40.30 a barrel. Most stocks are higher as signs that the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19 blunts concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the global economic recovery. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. Once again, here's your host, David Weston.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Carly Fiorina has a weekly newsletter on LinkedIn entitled Leadership Matters. This week's installment is on current state/future state analysis, and she is still with us to take us through. So, Carly, I do think this comes right on the heels of what we were talking about, the longer-term view for shareholder value. But you really make the point that a leader has to have both short sight and long sight at the same time, and you draw on no less a leader than George Washington to make the point.
Well, I think leaders have to be both clear-eyed about where they really are, their current state, really clear-eyed, and see the truth, speak the truth, and act on the truth, as we have talked about before. But they also have to be ambitious about their future state. And that ability to toggle back and forth between clear-eyed realism about where we really are, our strengths and our weaknesses, and ambition about where we could be if we are willing to make the right choices and the right investments is what I think leadership and problem solving are all about. It's interesting that the example I use with George Washington is, he was leading us through revolution, and his long-term goal was to defeat the British. And he was faced with an incredibly weakened Continental Army. They were outmanned, they were outgunned, they were starving, they were ill. George Washington was crystal clear about the weakened state of his troops. And yet he decided to choose that time to launch an attack. And in fact, I think the analogy is so powerful because it wasn't that he wasn't clear about where his troops were, but he was equally clear that in their weakened state, they needed purpose. They needed a reason to get up and go fight. And he gave them one by reminding them of their long-term goal.
Yeah, this is Washington crossing the Delaware. And as you say, Carly, he'd been beaten in New York. He'd been beaten all the way down through New Jersey. He'd lost a lot of troops. There were questions whether he could hold the army together. And so then, I think it was Christmas Eve, wasn't it? He decided to put the troops in these boats and go across the frozen river and attack the British and the Hessians. It would have seemed mad to many people in that circumstance.
Yes, exactly right. And I think it was not because he didn't understand where he was. I think he understood, if you look at writings of the period, I think he understood very well in a very clear-eyed fashion where he actually was and where his troops actually were. But he also was not prepared to underestimate the character and moral fiber of his troops and their resilience and their dedication to the goal. And I think a lot of times the reason I wanted to remind people of current state, future state is because a lot of people, as your earlier question suggested, they are struggling right now with, oh my gosh, these are such terrible times and such difficult times. And so often in terrible, difficult times, people abandon their long-term goals. And this is not the time to abandon long-term goals that matter to you. This is the time, actually, to be very clear-eyed about where you are, but to double down on those goals that really matter to you. You may have to change your tactics. You may have to make some very difficult decisions to achieve those goals, but it's not the time to throw up your hands and say, I can't.
So apply that to the here and now and at the national level, if you would, Carly, because certainly we've had some setbacks. The pandemic itself, the people that we've lost to the disease, the economy that has been damaged so badly on the heels of that, the racial strife that has been reignited in this country has been lying just below the surface for 400 years, but it's back up on the surface right now. Is there a longer-term, bigger vision? And let me bring it back to Joe Biden, the former vice president, for a moment. In his economic plan yesterday, that did not feel to me, and I don't mean this, I think, as a criticism, didn't feel like a grand vision.
Well, I think first to the state of where we actually are, a clear-eyed view of our current state. Yes, we're in a terrible place, and arguably we are in a worse place than we were way back in February. Worse in the sense that we have clearly more cases, more deaths. We also have more widespread disease as opposed to disease isolated in certain parts of the country, and we seem to have lost the political will to do anything about it. That is arguably a worse place to be. And I do think that if this were a business, if the U.S. were a business and we were just looking at the facts, what we would say is we're in a worse place. What we would say, I think, is that leadership failed to take this seriously enough at the outset, that leadership failed to throw every resource at this problem in order to emerge stronger and better from this problem. And I think we would also say that we're not getting a clear-eyed, realistic assessment of where we are right now. With regard to grand visions, all the way back to George Washington, our government wasn't designed to work in grand vision style. Our government was actually designed to solve a lot of problems locally. It was designed to work through problems in a collaborative way through three co-equal branches of government and debate and discussion between two parties. It is one of the reasons why I believe the ability to collaborate with others, even those you disagree with, is so important, and why humility and empathy are important. I personally believe Trump has failed every test of leadership, and I think Joe Biden has demonstrated, while perhaps not a grand vision of an economic plan, the humility and the empathy necessary to collaborate to make progress on solving problems. And ultimately, we as a nation must make some progress on solving long-standing problems like racial injustice, as well as recent problems like a global pandemic.
Carly, I wonder if, during your experience over your very illustrious business career, if the nature of leadership has changed or what we need from leaders. You mentioned collaboration. I wonder if there's been an evolution that some people have not kept up with from more of an autocratic approach, a hierarchical approach, a top-down approach, maybe, frankly, a male approach, to a different approach as the generations have changed.
Well, I do think that there was a time when a leader of an organization could figure out more things on their own, and therefore a hierarchical, more autocratic style was perhaps effective. Things were simpler. Things moved slower. Information flowed up and decisions flowed down. Well, all of that is gone now. First of all, technology technology means that everybody has information all the time, right or wrong. Secondly, globalization is here to stay. In other words, the world is a lot more complicated and a lot more fast-paced, and nobody can figure it out all on their own.
That certainly seems right to me. Thank you so much. It's always a great treat to have Carly Fiorina, the chairman of Carly Fiorina Enterprises and Unlocking Potential. That does it for this week for Balance of Power. I'm David Weston, and this is Bloomberg.
At the start of...
So I often struggled at school. Once, when we had a maths test, I looked around the room and everyone was just doing it. And I couldn't, and I began to cry. But my teacher came over and said, it might look like one big problem, but it's just a handful of small ones, and you can deal with that. I hear her voice in my head for every problem I face to this day.
Teaching. Every lesson shapes a life. You could get £26,000 tax-free to train as a teacher. Subject to eligibility, selected subjects only. Search Get Into Teaching.
The big Volkswagen event is now on. If you're after an approved used Volkswagen, for a limited time, you can buy one with 2 years warranty, 2 years MOT cover, 2 years roadside assistance, and 2 services all included at 8.9% APR representative. Hello, sir. Do any take your fancy?
I need to sit down.
The big Volkswagen event. With every type of car on offer, you may have trouble choosing. With Solutions Personal Contract Plan until 12th of July. At participating retailers on used Volkswagens aged between 90 days and 60 months only. Indemnities may be required. Warranty valid for vehicles up to 100,000 miles at activation. MOT cover is up to 2 years and is underwritten by UK General Insurance Limited. Volkswagen Finance. Contact your local retailer.
Buckle up, race fans.
NASCAR is back in the driver's seat.
And you can cut straight to the action here.
With the Performance Racing Network on TuneIn, you can hear PRN's live coverage of some of this year's top events.
As NASCAR's top drivers, Kevin Harvick,
Clint Boyer, and more get back on the track.
Search Performance Racing Network to listen and see upcoming races.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Did you know that with TuneIn's local radio feature, you can stream live FM and AM stations broadcasting in your area? Discover local news, talk, and music stations. Navigate to the local radio section under Browse to listen locally on TuneIn.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
On the Bloomberg Business app and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from New York and New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. It is Friday, July 10th, 2020. Pretty gray Friday, certainly here in the New York Metro. And talk about kind of gray. I feel like that's the mood, certainly, that we've seen a little bit more this week, Jason. We are headed for a week of gains on the S&P 500, but safe to say it's been hard going for investors this week.
It totally is. I mean, we've referred to it as sort of a hold on a minute kind of week where we've started talking about reopening and then pulled back a little bit. A lot of caution around those surging virus cases across the country, not here in the metro area, and that's leading to a little bit of dissonance, it feels like, on Wall Street. We're going to talk about that and so much more, but let's get those numbers on the market today. Charlie Pellet is here with the Flash. Hey, Charlie.
Happy Friday to you both. Best level of the day right now for the Dow, the S&P as well. NASDAQ's been swinging between gains and losses. S&P on track, as Carol mentioned, for a winning week here. Up 21 points right now. That is a gain of about 0.7%. We've got the Dow up 285, up by 1.1%. And NASDAQ is up 23. That is a gain of 0.2%. 10-year down 4/32, yield there 0.62%. Gold is down 0.2%, flirting with the 1800 level. It is now at $17.99. We've got crude oil, West Texas Intermediate, up 2.7%, $40.71 a barrel. Those are the numbers. Most stocks higher as signs that the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19, blunting concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the global economic recovery. We've got both themes coming up right here on Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Much more ahead on Bloomberg Business Week here on a rainy Friday afternoon. But let's set the Business Week agenda first. Make sense of this week because, as Carol alluded to at the top, bit of a doozy. I think that's the technical term that traders
our
use.
Heads all week.
Absolutely. So to help us figure it out is our team, Sarah Ponzak, cross-asset reporter for Bloomberg News. She's on the phone in Florida. Dave Wilson, stocks editor, and, of course, author of Chart and Stock of the Day. He is joining us from New Jersey. Dave, I want to start with you. Contours of this trade today. What's important for us to know?
Well, it's the groups that have been doing not so well over time that are leading the gains today, the financial companies and the energy companies. I mean, financials particularly interesting because we're just a couple of days away from hearing from the biggest U.S. banks. It's going to be second quarter earnings season coming upon us. And, you know, the banks are always sort of at the forefront of those reporting periods. And that's going to be the case next week as well. I mean, you have J.P. Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup on Tuesday. You have Goldman Sachs on Wednesday. You have Bank of America on Thursday. So a lot to get through. And it's interesting to see the financial companies doing especially well in advance of those results. You have to wonder what people are going to sort of go into those figures thinking about when it comes to what the companies are doing, because they're dealing with the effects of the coronavirus as we all are to some extent. But in their case, it's things like whether they're consumers are going to be able to keep up their credit card payments or loan payments, whether their business customers can do the same or they can't because they had to shut down their business. Right. I mean, there's a lot to get through. And we are seeing some confidence, it would seem, going into those results.
Well, and something, Dave, you've been so smart about covering often in your charts is, you know, the influence of the technology market. And Sarah, come on in on that, because you guys, a team, you, Lou Wang, and Vildana Heinrich have written a story about what's going on in tech versus maybe the overall market.
Right, and that's why what Dave just said about the companies, the industries that haven't been a part of this rally really leading the way today is so important, because financials, energy, acting as leaders, that's not what we have been used to. I mean, before today, the NASDAQ 100 had beaten the S&P 500 for 7 straight days, and that comes after 5 straight weeks of winning and 10 straight months of winning. And the way that this is viewed as is that the NASDAQ 100 are your 100 largest companies. Many times they are big internet or tech companies with very strong balance sheets. So even as the NASDAQ might be rising and gaining, that doesn't necessarily send the healthiest of signals for the entire market, because if you look over the past month or so, the NASDAQ had outperformed by 10 percentage points. If you look at any equal-weighted benchmarks, they had really started to give up gains and move lower ever since June 8th. So you have to be careful of classifying the entire market as just the NASDAQ 100 rallying, because at least before today, that hadn't been the case. But today we are seeing a bit of a catch-up trade with the areas that had been lagging.
Sarah, before we let you go, what's it like in South Florida?
What's it like in South Florida? Well, I can tell you that as numbers have been getting worse here, I have been contained even more so to my home. So unfortunately, I don't have much of an answer because I haven't been outside. But
that's sort of the answer, isn't it? In some ways, because I think if we talked to you a few weeks ago, you would have at least had friends who were sort of more out and about. It feels like Florida, certainly starting to lock down a little bit more.
Yeah, and I mean, I personally know a good amount of people here who they're all healthy, but they've all been diagnosed with COVID, and they're all going through it right now.
How old are they? How old are they?
Most of them are younger. One is older. Most are around 30 or so, a little bit younger. So thankfully, everyone's healthy, but especially as people start to hear of people that they know personally getting COVID, people are starting to take more precautions.
Yeah, interesting. All right. Well, always good to check in with you. Stay healthy, stay safe. Dave Wilson, last word to you in this segment. What are we going to see in the chart? I think we're going to see a little more tech, right?
Something like that. I mean, the NASDAQ 100 has already been referenced. It's going to make a reprise. We're going to look back 20 years and see how the rally in that particular indicator compares to what we saw during the internet bubble years.
There you go. I'm going to get the date right this time. All right, Dave Wilson, we'll catch up with you in just a little bit for your chart of the day. That's coming up at 3:30 Wall Street time. And Dave's stock of the day just after the close of trading for the week. Kara?
Yeah, we got a lot coming up, and I'm really looking forward to our edition of Bloomberg Business Week Talks. We've got another edition. We're going to sit down with the CEO and chairman of Mondelez. They are a giant when it comes to the packaged food industry, and so they have, put out before how things are changing with everybody being at home. So we've got a lot to talk to them about where they are in terms of the virus, the consumer trends that they continue to see, and what life is like when we get through on the other side of this. I also want to talk to them about the diversity and inclusion issues.
Yeah,
this is something that they have certainly been involved in, and it's certainly been front and center for the world, certainly in the last couple of months.
I mean, I think any CEO is dealing with multiple crises at many times, but also, let's be honest, some real opportunities for change, and I think some real opportunities to meet the moment, meet the market in some ways, too, and Mondelez certainly in a position to do that.
Don't take my Oreos away.
Good Lord. Yeah, no, I've learned that. Curaleaf, the executive chairman and co-founder Boris Jordan, he was on the Bloomberg 50. We caught up with him last year. Seems like 100 years ago, but he's going to be back with us. Give us an update on demand for their products. They are in the business of cannabis, of course, and how they may be pivoting and are pivoting through the virus.
Yeah, so looking forward to that. And also, always how we are very interested, we know our listeners are as well, on who's getting paid what in corporate America. There is a fascinating story on the Bloomberg. We did the number crunching, and it may not be who you think are making the most when it comes to CEO salaries. So we're going to talk about that. And then who's getting hired on Wall Street. Jason, you're making that face because it's like, we got to do better, everybody.
Got to do better. And the numbers, again, this is Bloomberg. We look at the data. Data ain't good when it comes to diversity. So we're going to get into that with Kelsey Butler a little bit later on, and Anders Mellon, our pay expert, to talk about that pay story. In the meantime, let's do the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day. It's one number that tells us a lot. Today's number, Carol, $1.7 billion. A-Rod.
Oh, my God. We were all tweeting crazily about this. Former New York Yankee star A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez, and his actress wife to be soon-ish.
Beyonce, yes, I believe.
Jennifer Lopez. Sorry, I don't want to marry them too quickly. They're behind a group that has offered about $1.7 billion to buy Major League Baseball's Mets. This is coming from the New York Post, citing people it did not identify. Billionaire hedge fund titan. This is where we got really interested, too. Steve Cohen has bid $2 billion for the team and has told the Mets owners he would pay $2 billion for Sportsnet New York, which is the team's regional sports network venture with partners.
All right. Much more to come on that. In the meantime, let's get to Nancy Lyons. She's got the World National Headlines. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Jason. 2/3 of Americans disapprove of how President Trump is handling the coronavirus pandemic. That's according to a new ABC News Ipsos poll. And while the vast majority of Democrats disapprove, 73% of independents also disapprove. The numbers come in as some experts, like Dr. Ashish Shah, director of the Harvard Global Health Initiative, say it's time to return to a stay-in-place order in the hardest-hit areas like Florida, Arizona, and Texas.
I think the cat is out of the bag in many ways, and the states really have to ratchet back what kind of opening they've done.
Shah says people should listen to health experts when it comes to the virus, not political leaders. Russian officials say they're not optimistic about saving a key nuclear arms treaty with the U.S. Bloomberg's Amy Morris with more.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says he doesn't see much chance of success for talks with the U.S., quote, knowing the attitude of the current negotiators. The U.S. and Russia are planning to have more arms control talks this month. The Trump administration wants China to take part, a condition that Beijing has rejected, and that Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov called unrealistic. The treaty that limits the size of nuclear arsenals is set to expire in February. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
The Dutch government says it's taking Russia to the European Court of Human Rights for its alleged role in the shooting down of Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 over eastern Ukraine 6 years ago. Today's move intended to support individual cases being brought to the European Court by relatives. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists.
People love a good story. They like it even better when that story is real.
Is this something strange in the numbers?
Paul Sweeney.
That seems like a big miss to me.
Bonnie Quinn.
New funds getting started in order to take advantage of what might be a moment.
Bloomberg Markets, weekday mornings at 10 Eastern.
If Russia does throw this spanner in the works, what does it do to relations going forward?
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
How important is that statement there?
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
The market's in focus every business day. The Bloomberg Markets Podcast with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn.
Are there some sectors that you want to have more or less exposure to?
Market sell-off glowing global once again.
Analysis of the day's Wall Street action.
What's the thought on Apple here?
From Bloomberg Intelligence, Bloomberg Opinion, and influential newsmakers.
There's very, very disturbing dynamics at work.
Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn. Subscribe today at BloombergRadio.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or iTunes.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone who
had to be independent and take initiative, and that's how I handle every project I get.
Discover new ways to develop great talent at gradsoflife.org. Brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Get ready for the University of Bedfordshire. We've got all you need to make ambition become reality, to make lifelong friendships, to make contacts in your chosen industry, to make a name for yourself, to make it. In fact, we've got everything except your application. So get it in, sit back and relax. Wait, actually, check out our generous scholarships and bursaries for support at every step at beds.ac.uk. Okay, now you can relax.
Whether you're dreaming of a house the size of a football stadium or a football stadium in the back garden of your house, what you need is dream come true money. Luckily, tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £15 million. Now that's dream come true money. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play online or on the app. Estimated jackpot rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
How do we control coronavirus now? Here's Michael, a delivery driver.
All day, every day, I'm seeing people. Last thing I want to do is give anyone coronavirus. So the first sign of a cough, soon as my temperature rises, any loss of taste or smell, I'm staying in, booking a test, only going out to get it done. I mean, you want to know straight away, right? That's how we protect each other.
To get a test, go to nhs.uk/coronavirus or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
This is a message from the RNLI and Her Majesty's Coast Guard. Beach lifeguards can't be everywhere this summer, so they can't always protect your family, but you can. So keep an eye on your loved ones. Avoid taking risks in the sea. Don't use inflatables. In an emergency, dial 999 for the Coast Guard. Get more advice at rnli.org/beach2020. Thank you.
Ready for some straight talk on what's happening in the MLB? On the Barstool Sports Podcast starting 9, Dallas Braden and Jared Carrabis cut through the BS to break down the league the way they really see it.
Yeah, we're continuing our little mini-series of college baseball coaches in addition to bringing you major league players from throughout the league. If you've been listening to Starting 9 for some time now, you know that we've had a big leaguer on every single episode for probably 2 years now.
Search Starting 9 on TuneIn to listen.
Okay, here we go.
With the NFL draft in the books and the schedule set, check out a TuneIn podcast for daily updates on the lead up to the 2020 season. Like the Ringer NFL Show, where a rotating cast of Ringer experts talk with players, coaches, and special guests about the NFL landscape.
A lot of the other teams that we consider...
Or ESPN's NFL Live.
If there are some delays because of the COVID-19...
Search sports on TuneIn to explore these pods and much more. Where do hockey and pop culture coexist?
So let me get this straight. You would be able to name more people nostalgically than currently? This doesn't...
Come on.
It's
crazy.
I know.
Other podcast Puck Soup NHL analyst Greg Wyshynski, Sean McAdoo, and Ryan Lambert chase the conversational biscuit up and down the ice, skating between serious discussion on what's happening in pro hockey to irreverent opinions on movies, fast food, and life in general. Search Puck Soup on TuneIn to listen.
Did you know that with TuneIn's local radio feature, you can stream live FM and AM stations broadcasting in your area? Discover local news, talk, and music stations. Navigate to the local radio section under Browse to listen locally on TuneIn.
To help keep you and your loved ones safe, TuneIn has the latest guidelines from the CDC. Home alone or with housemates, stay home as much as possible. Try to allow only people you live with into your home. Wash your hands. If you're sick, stay home and isolate from housemates. For the latest stories and updates on COVID-19, search Coronavirus News on TuneIn.
Pellet, we're looking at an up day with stocks close to the best level of the day right now. Stocks are gaining as signs that the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19. Blunt concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the global economic recovery. S&P up 20 now. That's a gain of 0.7%. We've got the Dow up 281 points, up 1.1%, while NASDAQ is up 14, a gain of 0.1%. The 10-year down 5/32, the yield there 0.62%. Gold down 0.3%. Again, recapping, equities push higher this Friday. S&P up 20, a gain of 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And we want to welcome our Bloomberg TV audience that's joining us here on Bloomberg Radio. And our guest at this hour, a behemoth in the packaged food business. You know their brands from Oreo and Cadbury to Trident and Tang, so many more. A $73 billion market cap, some $26 billion in annual revenues. We are, of course, talking about Mondelez, and they join us now for another edition of Business Week Talks. Mondelez Chairman and CEO Dirk Van de Put joining us now on the phone from Miami. Dirk, so nice to have you here with us and our Bloomberg TV and radio audiences. I am curious, how things have changed. Here we are 17 weeks into this shutdown. What have you seen in terms of consumption changes? What have been sustained? Which have not been? Tell us how things have kind of evolved for your business and also your team there at Mondelez.
Well, thanks for having me, Carol and Jason, and it's a pleasure to be here. If I look at the consumer first, we see a number of shifts in behavior. Our business is largely a biscuit and chocolate business, but we also have gum and candy, some powdered beverages, and some cheese like Philadelphia. I would say, in general, for our categories, what we see is that there is an increase in in-home snacking. And there's a pronounced change of the consumer eating a lot more in their homes, and so less in restaurants, less on the go, and we see that effect on our business clearly. So they tend to eat more biscuits, they tend to eat more chocolate at home, but then a category like gum or candy, which is more on the go, bought in convenience stores and so on, is affected and is negative versus previous year.
I have to say, as you've been talking, can I just say, Jason and I have been nodding about the chocolate.
That checks out. In-home eating, Dirk. It's happening.
Including Oreos on our end and lots of chocolate.
Yes. The other big thing that you see is that, just like you were alluding, consumers want a little bit of normalcy. They want to feel good, safe, And so they snack more, they go a little bit more to comfort food. They also go back to the brands they know and love, and you've mentioned a few that we have. So we also see that effect, that our market share and our big brands are growing quite a bit. The other one that I wanted to mention about consumers is that they are being, I would call it, driven online. I think what we will see as coming out of this is that this was really the moment that shopping showed a major shift from going to the store to buying more and more online. And we see for groceries, we see a lot of first-timers really starting to buy their groceries online. So those were some of the big things we're seeing as it relates to the consumer.
Right. And so, Dirk, when you think about sort of how you have to respond to that, tell us about your supply chain. Have you had any interruptions there? Have you had to change anything to meet that customer demand, but also to meet, any of the challenges about getting it to stores or getting it to people's homes?
Yes. I would say at the moment things are better, certainly in the U.S. and in Europe. They're still sometimes a little bit fragile in emerging markets. But overall, I would say we never really had a major disruption. Sometimes a plant had to shut down for 2-3 days because our workers couldn't get to the plant, or we had to negotiate with the government that our plant could continue to work in some countries. But overall, I would say we've been able to keep our supply chain going largely. We've seen slowdowns as we needed to sometimes take people out of the plant if there would be somebody that got infected. So it has been a challenge. That is now better, but we are worried as we see, for instance, in the U.S., the rise of the cases, as we see it in the different states happening. If we have a plant there, we will start to see more cases in our plants, and that could have an effect on our supply chain, obviously.
So you went exactly where I wanted you to go, which is, with these increasing cases and maybe even the potential of a second wave, do you start stockpiling some ingredients in different places in different regions? How do you anticipate it now, having gone through this for a few months?
Yes, we do prepare for stockpiling ingredients because our suppliers could have problems too. We start to look for temporary workers or increase our workforce to make sure that we can keep our supply chain going and our sales force going. We reinforce all the measures that we have in our plants and in our offices, but we also spend a lot of time with our people talking about how to behave outside of our facilities and how to make sure that you stay safe and healthy. And as it relates to office workers, we are still recommending everybody to work as much from home as they possibly can.
And remind us, in terms of your workers, how that has gone in terms of holding on to workers, keeping workers. What we're seeing, I think we're at this very interesting time, Dirk, where companies, as we head into another earnings season, are reassessing kind of what they need going forward. And, of course, it depends on demand going forward, and it depends on the global economy going forward. How do you see that?
Yeah, we are lucky in a way that I would say overall our business is doing pretty much okay. We have more variations around the world, and so it depends a little bit where you are. Our U.S. business is doing very well at this stage. So we've been recruiting and adding workers to our business in the U.S. But for instance, Latin America at the moment, our business is suffering a little bit, and there we have to be a lot more careful and try to get by with the minimum amount of workers that we possibly can. So it's not a uniform picture around the world. Mm-hmm. The U.S. for us looks very good at this stage. We also have to work quite a lot with our office workers. Working from home gets to you after a while. It seems great, but sitting in front of screens 8 hours a day, day in, day out, and the blending of your personal life with your professional life, and potentially having small kids in the home and so on, we have to make sure that we make sure that there is also social contact, that people really disconnect, that they do not spend more time than needed in front of their screens, and so on and so on. And so the number of complaints of mental health goes up a little bit. So there are consequences to working from home, we see.
That's an area that Jason and I have talked about a lot, and all of us here at Bloomberg, in terms of the stress and the kind of mental health impact on everybody working at home. Do you feel pretty confident? I know you said there are geographic variations in terms of the business. Do you feel pretty confident, though, that when we kind of get on the other side of this, that you'll be able to hold on to most of your workforce?
Yes, we feel pretty confident about that. We go through the normal ups and downs, like a certain area is growing, we have to put more people there. Another area is declining, we have to reduce a little bit. But when everything is said and done, we feel that we will be where we were before this crisis. We are lucky in that way, I would say.
You know, Dirk, from a strategic perspective, I feel like a lot of companies have had to sort of throw the playbook out a little bit and maybe deprioritize some things that were at the top of the list, whether that's environmental goals, whether it's other, sort of corporate strategies, because we've just been in this mode of triage to this point. Tell us a little bit about how you've been able to sort of maintain some of those longer term goals. I know, especially on the environmental side, this was something where you guys were striving to be a leader. How do you stay focused on that?
Yeah, so we are of the opinion at this stage that there is no need to change our long-term strategy. Like I said, short-term we're doing okay, so we don't have an enormous pressure on us that something needs to change. From a strategy perspective, the thing that does change is that there are a number of things that we need to emphasize more. So it's a shift within the same strategic framework. What does that mean? Simplifying the business as much as we can, accelerating a number of bigger decisions, accelerating sometimes investment in our brands, more focus on costs, and probably being a little bit more careful on CapEx spending and slowing it down, at least for this year and potentially for next year, looking for more efficiencies, and then giving a lot of agility to our teams, letting them run with the ball around the world, make decisions fast, don't slow things down. So we adjust within the strategy. As it relates to ESG, we feel that this is exactly a moment, seeing everything that has happened as it relates to COVID, but also the recent events we've seen as it relates to racism and so on. We feel that we need to stay the course more than ever. And this is a moment that companies need to show that they're doing the right thing. So if anything, we will probably accelerate our ESG efforts. And again, since the business is doing well, we're able to do that. But I think even if the business would slow down, we would stay that course. I think it's very important.
Well, and we do want to go back to the business, but along the lines of what you were just talking about, Dirk, is I know that you guys have wanted to close what it calls your senior level gap of women in leadership. So exactly what have you done to change that, and what do you have to show for it so far?
Well, I think it starts with putting clear targets out there.
Quotas?
To make sure.
Quotas or
yes,
targets?
Yes,
quotas, yeah.
Well, quotas, yeah. I call it targets, but it's the same thing. It's the percentage of women that we want to have in the different levels in the company. Mm-hmm. And if I see the different levels going from factory workers to white collars to junior management, middle management, and higher management, we've driven about a 3% increase, I would say, across the board, roughly more at the higher levels of increase of women that are there in the last 18 months. As a company, with the moment we are about 62% men and 38% women, and a year ago we were probably around 35% women, I would say. So that's the change that we've driven in a year. That's not enough, but I'm happy with what we are seeing that's happening. So how we've done that, first of all, we've put the quota, then we've made sure that there's always, as we recruit or promote, that the slate of candidates is balanced and that there is a good mix. And as we go to the outside world, we do the same thing. And so the quota helps what we call representation. The other one, which is important, is what I would call belonging or inclusion, or being part of the team. So there we've spent a lot of time educating everybody in the company what that exactly means, training courses, discussions, listening sessions, to make sure that there is an ongoing dialogue and that it's something that we discuss actively in the company. And so we hope that that will lead to more belonging. The way we measure that is through engagement surveys, and also there we've clearly seen a progress in the percentage of people saying, "I feel that I belong here and that I'm accepted for who I am." And so I would say roughly there's a lot more going on, but those are the two ways of measuring and the two things that we drive.
Right. And so, Dirk, talk to us about this moment when it comes to social justice and what you're doing around that, what you're doing when it comes to diversity. I believe you have one person of color on your board. Are there goals there? Are there targets there that have been set by the board to do that? And does that extend, and how does that extend down through senior levels of management?
Yes, we have goals, but I would say, seeing the recent events, we've started a complete review of what were our practices, how have we been doing, how do we feel about what's going on in the company. Next week, we have our first review with our board, and we've announced to the company that by the end of August, we will announce clear targets and clear measures that we will be taking. So we've taken this opportunity to say, okay, we've made good progress, but we need to do a lot better. And it will be focused on three big areas. First of all, on our colleagues. So it's about the right representation. It's about those slates of hiring that I was talking about. And then the development programs. As it relates to the culture, which is the second big axe, it's about accountability and transparent KPIs on all types of areas that we can measure. It's this commitment to inclusion and belonging and a constant dialogue about that.
Right.
And then it's also about our brands. We have a lot of brands that are very close to the consumer, and so that probably has more to see to the outside world. But we want our brands be driven by a purpose and that they are really representative of our consumers. So there's a lot we can do with a brand like Oreo, for instance.
Well, that's such an interesting thing, right? Because people talk about, diversity management, right? Diversity in discussions and inclusion in discussions. It's good for business. And I guess I think we all are still scratching our heads why we've been talking about this for a long time, but it feels like still global corporations are playing catch up. And I don't know what the conversations you guys are having internally about that, right? Because it's about smart business, too, being diverse.
Yes, it is certainly true. If you have a diverse table with different opinions, different viewpoints, and you're really open to listen to that in the end you're better informed and you will make better decisions. No doubt about it. I think the issue is more that you tend to recruit or surround yourself with people that are the same as you. Yeah. It feels more comfortable, and it's not necessarily conscious that happens. And so you need to make sure that you're consciously making decisions to get that diversity surrounding you. And I think that's what often happens in companies. Then there's all the right intentions, but then when push comes to shove, it's not changing. And so you need to be more proactive. And I think setting quota or setting targets is one of the ways that you drive that change.
Right. Well, and we're certainly seeing a lot of demand come from the consumer side for a lot more transparency along those lines, Dirk. And speaking of consumers, I mean, I do wonder, in terms of what you've learned through this pandemic, you talked at the top of the conversation about in-home snacking, which everyone listening, as Carol said, including us, is nodding their heads and understanding that. I do wonder, when you talk to the folks in R&D, when you talk to the market research folks who work for you, how does that change maybe what you have developing? Do you speed certain things up? Do you slow certain things down now, having had this unexpected laboratory into your customers?
Yes, for sure. We see a number of things happening, and we need to adapt to them. To give you a little bit of a flavor, we had to adapt our communication because people are sitting at home, and some of the communication we have on our brands, it's all about getting together with your friends or being out. Well, that doesn't play a role. For instance, Oreo in China, we started to discover that we needed to focus really our communication on how to cook with Oreo and how to use Oreos in your recipes at home. We would normally never have done that, but in this case, we had to.
It's a staple. Who knew?
Key ingredient.
Yes. The other thing that we are doing is, because everybody's very focused on simplifying their business, making sure the clients remain well stocked and well served, is that we are reducing quite a bit our SKUs. Our objective is to reduce SKUs, meaning the different items that we sell, reduced by 25%. And that's always a discussion in a company like ours, that we have too many flavors, too many sizes, and so on. And this is the moment to drive that, which is significantly going to simplify our business, lead to better customer service, and also have a number of financial benefits like less inventory, less packaging materials, and so on. There's areas as it relates to secondary brands, smaller brands for us, that suddenly have seen an influx of consumers, sometimes 50-60% new consumers that are discovering these brands. And so now it's a question of how do we keep them, and what do we do to make sure that they, as the crisis hopefully is getting better, that they stay within those brands. So those are a few examples of what's going on, but it does require a lot of agility of our teams and constantly adapting to what's going on. And
briefly, what's an example of one of those brands that maybe you've had an unexpected spike in?
Nutter butter would be one, for instance.
Oh my God, I love Nutter butter.
Nutter butter, love it. Well, one thing I have to ask you though. You know the world. We talk so much about wellness and fitness and the concern about the nutritional, impact of snack foods. What are you guys doing to improve the nutritional information on your product packaging and also provide more products along that line? I wonder if that's a priority.
It is a priority because our purpose as a company is to empower people to snack right, which means we want to let the consumer make the decision, but we need to help them to make the right choices for them. And that means, of course, putting the right information on the pack, also educating them. So we're all in favor of clear nutritional declarations and simplicity so that the consumer can immediately see what's in the product. But one of the other things we're doing is that we believe that one of the biggest things we can do is help consumers make the right choice as it relates to the quantity they eat. And we have this program called Mindful Snacking, which means really being in the moment and understanding when you're snacking what you're eating and sort of enjoy the taste and, for instance, grab things with your left hand instead of your right hand if you're right-handed, so that you know each time that I'm taking another snack here. And so we want to put portion size information on all our packs, and we want to have or mindful snacking information on our packs. We also want to increase the number of our snacks, the percentage of our sales that are in 200 calories or less, to 20% of our range.
Dirk?
And so we're doing all that.
We have to jump in. We could talk to you for hours, but we really do appreciate the time that you've carved out for us today. So thank you so much, and we hope to catch up with you again in the future. Dirk Van de Put, Chairman and CEO at Mondelez International, on the phone from Miami. All right, let's get a check on world and national news headlines. Over to Nancy Lyons. We go. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President Trump is holding a roundtable today in Florida on what the White House says is a focus on supporting the people of Venezuela. His schedule does not, however, include a briefing on the spread of the coronavirus in that state. Cases and hospitalizations in Florida are hitting new records. ICU beds are at a premium. Well, before leaving the White House today, President Trump had his mind on his rival, Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden, and Biden's economic plan.
Well, I'll be looking at it. I think Roger Stone was very unfairly treated, as were many people. And in the meantime, Comey and all these guys are walking around, including Biden and Obama, because we caught them spying on my campaign. Who would have believed that one?
Meanwhile, Biden has released new digital ads focusing on the family.
He took the train 4 hours every day so he could have breakfast with his boys in the morning and tuck them in at night. People in Washington didn't get why Joe Biden would travel all that way. But in neighborhoods all over this country, there's no distance parents won't go for their kids.
The ads make no mention of President Trump, but do focus on restoring core American values in the White House. It's part of a $15 million investment in battleground states. Global news, 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Jenny Liss, Jewish communal leader and philanthropist, talks about why she chose the Jewish Communal Fund for her family's charitable giving.
For a lot of people, it would be the convenience factor. I don't have to track anything.
If charitable giving is an important part of your life, JCF can help you organize your philanthropy with our donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a minimum tax-deductible contribution of $5,000. Make grants to your favorite charities, and JCF handles all the administration and reporting.
At the year end, our board awards community grants from fees and endowment income to UJ's annual campaign. We also make gifts to specific organizations, the elderly, Holocaust survivors, the hungry. The fact that we come together as a community at the end of the year to build community, that's what makes us different.
Get better at giving back. To find out more about JCF's impact, visit jcfny.org and download the Giving Report. JCF, we have a gift for giving.
Hey, y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
So I often struggled at school. Once, when we had a maths test, I looked around the room and everyone was just doing it. And I couldn't, and I began to cry. But my teacher came over and said, it might look like one big problem, but it's just a handful of small ones, and you can deal with that. I hear her voice in my head for every problem I face to this day.
Teaching. Every lesson shapes a life. You could get £26,000 tax-free to train as a teacher. Subject to eligibility, selected subjects only. Search Get Into Teaching.
Listen, that's a dream. Everyone has them, jingling away in the back of our minds. And most of the time, that's where dreams stay. So easy to ignore. Anything can drown them out, and everything does. But at Honda, we listen to our dreams. We get right up close. And on really good days, they become reality. From 2022, Honda's mainstream cars will only be hybrid or electric. Honda, the power of dreams.
We're all guilty of spending too much time on social media. Why not add something genuinely useful to your feed with TuneIn? Follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about some of the best stuff happening around the app. You might just discover your next audio obsession.
Are you fully informed on the NBA? On the NBA Hangtime podcast, veteran sports writers Sekou Smith and John Schumann analyze the latest NBA news, storylines, and discussions with guests from around the basketball universe.
Isaiah Thomas joined us here on the Hangtime podcast. Isaiah, good morning.
Everybody's doing well. As you know, my daughter tested positive.
Search NBA Hangtime on TuneIn to listen.
Who says you can't have a laugh while getting serious about America's pastime? daily podcast Locked On MLB, comedian and baseball fanatic Paul Francis Sullivan talks about each team, each pennant race, and everything else in the game, from rule changes and controversies to baseball cards and stadium food.
For those of you not familiar with me or the old show, I love to obsess over baseball. I'm talking baseball over the Super Bowl. We had a TV showing the division series during my wedding.
Search Locked On MLB on TuneIn to listen today.
This is Mike Golick Jr. from ESPN's Golick and Wingo. Every morning, Wingo, Dad, and I sit down and discuss all the news, drama, and highlights spinning the sports world that day. And with TuneIn, you can hear us whenever and wherever you go. Just search Golick and Wingo to start listening today.
How do hockey fans know what day it is? Just turn on the Locked On NHL podcast, where our rotating cast of hockey experts guide you through the week with a different theme show for every day. From big news Monday to recap Friday.
But we've got a couple of news items that are noteworthy in the NHL in the last week, one of which is below the NHL, and we'll bring that up first. So the AHL announced officially, this has been speculated for weeks and weeks, but the AHL...
Search Locked On NHL on TuneIn to listen. Buckle up, race fans.
NASCAR is back in the driver's seat.
And you can cut straight to the action here.
With the Performance Racing Network on TuneIn, you can hear PRN's live coverage of some of this year's top events.
As NASCAR's top drivers, Kevin Harvick,
Clint Boyer, and more get back on the track.
Search Performance Racing Network to listen and see upcoming races.
Looking for your daily fix of NFL news and analysis?
In that. So we had to blow it up into Super Bowl predictions instead.
Look no further than the Pick Six podcast, where CBS sports writer Will Brinson gets you up to speed with what's trending in the NFL that day, so that you're always in the know.
Yeah, it's pretty revealing of Brinson's methodology for predictions. When he gets mad at people for predicting good teams are going to win the Super Bowl or good players are going to win major awards, that's how you wind up.
Search Pick Six on TuneIn to listen.
News 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. S&P 500 Index continues to push higher again. Best level of the day, on track for a winning week. Stocks are gaining as signs that the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19. Blunted concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the global economic recovery. Banks leading the S&P 500 Index higher. A lot of banks reporting next week. Among some of the bank names, JP Morgan Chase up now by 5.7%. Citigroup surging 6.1%. S&P up 25, up 0.8%. The Dow up 320 points, up 1.25%. NASDAQ now up 31, up by 0.3. 10-year yield 0.63%. Gold down 0.3%. 17.98 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.5%. 40.62 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, one of the areas that we've been talking about, Carol, as a key economic indicator, and it's one that's close to home, is the rental market in New York City. And it's a complicated one to some extent. In other ways, it's very simple, which is if the rents are going, there's so many important elements to this. So let's have someone smarter than me explain it all to us. And that is Prashant Gopal. He is U.S. real estate reporter for Bloomberg. He's got a great story about the New York City rental market pushed to the breaking point by tenant deaths. This is a serious story. Prashant joins us on the phone from Massachusetts. Prashant, tell us what you found.
Well, New York in many ways is vulnerable to the current economic crisis that the country is facing, maybe more than a lot of cities, because for one thing, it's the biggest rental city. 2/3 of the households are renting, and also even before COVID, obviously there was an affordability crisis in place, so people were struggling to make the rent even before they started to lose these jobs in big numbers, and many of the renters are in professions that are hard hit. So the restaurants and bars and nail salons and the people who clean the offices. There a lot of them are having trouble paying their rent.
Right. And this is what we've been worried about, Prashant, right? That in terms of the economic shutdown, it's kind of, the trickle down effect, if you will. And that's, initially I think we didn't think about the real estate market right away. And then we started to think like, oh, wait a minute, what if people, can't pay their rents and, or companies can't pay their rents, whether it's small businesses, and then the impact of this becomes just so much wider.
Yeah, I mean, the people who were most impacted by this economic crisis are renters, really, because those are the people who are, like I said, they're in these jobs that are hard hit. They make less money. So when they don't pay, there's an effect that, it actually moves up the chain to a certain extent. So you have landlords, especially small landlords, who have bills to pay. They have to pay for utilities, and the city's giving them no break on their property taxes. They have to pay late penalties if they're late with that, and they have to pay their mortgages. So that affects banks. So this has widespread impacts.
Yeah.
So want to bring in the editor of the magazine now, Joel Weber. He joins us from Massachusetts. So, Joel, real estate, cities, this is right in the Business Week wheelhouse. Help us understand this in the context of what you're trying to do in terms of continuing to tell the story of this pandemic and the economic aftermath.
Well, I mean, the spiraling cost of this thing just keeps happening, right? And I think there's the economic cost of it, and then there's a human cost of it. And this story is sort of an example where the two meet, and we really don't have a way out yet. And the things that have been kind of put in place felt like temporary stopgap measures, and as the crisis sort of lingers, I think we're all trying to figure out, what kind of implications this will ultimately have. And Prashant, I just wanted to kind of bring that back to you. And, the New York State enacted the Tenant Safe Harbor Act last month to stop evictions, as you note in the story. And wondering, what other kinds of policy actions might we see from legislatures and similar effects going forward?
Well, let me linger on this just a little bit because I think it's important. So the Tenant Safe Harbor Act, what that does is it prevents evictions of people who were impacted by, economic victims of COVID-19. So that prevents a very short-term problem, which is, a wave of evictions and a potential spike in homelessness, which could have been, devastating to New York. So that's great that you prevent that. But what happens is there's a long-term effect because tenants are in hock to their landlords.
Right.
They owe large amounts of money that they will never be able to repay. And with each month that passes, they owe more, and then their credit is shot, and it's because of this, and then they're not going to be able to maybe very easily move to another apartment. So they're with each potential solution here, there are consequences to that, and the real solution might be the federal government stepping in and providing rent relief in a very big way, but that has not happened. I mean, there's been, I think, some resistance in Congress from Republicans in the Senate, so we haven't really seen that yet.
Right. I think of people who had the discussion during the financial crisis who said, you know what, maybe we should have just gone in and shored up all of those bad mortgages, made mortgage payments, kept people in their homes, would have saved the economy, would have protected those financial investments that were based on the mortgages, and I do wonder if, as we try to figure out the rest of this crisis and what's the best way to help out individuals, I feel like, do you come in and give them some kind of relief? Because, you think about if landlords do lose tenants and there are people who can't find jobs, they can't find new tenants potentially. I mean, there's this ugly cycle, Prashant, that just keeps on going.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what it is. It's like, do you, if you do provide that rent relief, I mean, some people are worried that, it's a disincentive for people to work or something like that, right? But by doing that, you end up preventing all these knock-on effects, which are things that may be very difficult to recover from. Yeah. Deteriorating buildings, landlords not making repairs, landlords going into foreclosure, And, you could just see how that could spiral out of control.
Right. All right. Prashant Gopal, thank you so much. U.S. real estate reporter for Bloomberg. Joel Weber, final word to you. Give us a preview of next week's issue. Can you do that? Give us a hint.
So I think we've got some really fun story. It's interesting, right? There's the crises stories, and we kind of all, it feels like this magnetic pull towards them, and we have to do those. And we will, with great interest and public service duty and all of the great stuff that I think the heroism of journalism requires. And then on the other side, there's also just sort of some fun stories all of a sudden. So I'm just going to leave it broad and evasive like that and say that there's a little bit of both.
I got a fun one for you. We just talked with the Mondelez CEO, and people are cooking with Oreos, Joel.
Yeah, well, Oreos have been around for a while. They're trusted and tried and true.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you bring them out in our home, they disappear very quickly. Whether or not they're dunked in milk or I've never attempted to cook with them, but I'll take someone's word for it.
They're a staple.
Joel Weber, you're the best. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend in Massachusetts. Joining us there, the editor of the magazine. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week continues. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business. Speaking of Massachusetts, that is coming up next. Coming up next here, we're going to talk about the economy and the New World Order. This is Bloomberg.
So I often struggled at school. Once, when we had a maths test, I looked around the room and everyone was just doing it. And I couldn't. And I began to cry. But my teacher came over and said, it might look like one big problem, but it's just a handful of small ones. And you can deal with that. I hear her voice in my head for every problem I face to this day.
Teaching. Every lesson shapes a life. You could get £26,000 tax-free to train as a teacher. Subject to eligibility, selected subjects only. Search Get Into Teaching.
Formula One is back.
F1 is back on Sky Sports.
It's lights out, and away we go.
And there's never been a season like this before.
How was that fast?
No one knows where this road leads, but it's going to be a hell of a ride.
Down the inside, oh, he can't stop into each other.
Are you ready?
Brilliant madness. An absolutely perfect race.
Watch every race live. Upgrade to Sky Sports F1 today. Go to sky.com/F1 for details.
Ready to talk brass tacks on what's happening in Major League Baseball? Turn to the Effectively Wild podcast from Fangraphs for daily statistics, analysis, and commentary.
One team will say, yeah, we're going to keep paying minor leaguers their stipend, and another team will say, we're going to extend the stipend through this month, and then another team will say, nope, we're cutting them off, so are extending it at least through August, which would basically be the end of the minor league regular season.
Search Effectively Wild on TuneIn to listen.
To help keep you and your loved ones safe, TuneIn has the latest guidelines from the CDC. Outdoor gatherings, wash your hands and don't touch your face. Stay at least 6 feet from people you don't live with. Wear a mask. Don't share food, toys, or other items, and avoid shared surfaces. Participate in events like these infrequently. For the latest stories and updates on COVID-19, search Coronavirus News on TuneIn.
Hi, this is Mike Tirico, introducing you to Sports Uncovered, the newest podcast series from the storytellers at NBC Sports that will shine a fresh light on the most unforgettable moments in sport.
The reason why I'm smiling, I might get in trouble for this.
Search Sports Uncovered to start listening today.
Are you ready for the realest first-hand take of what's happening in the NBA? On their podcast, All the Smoke, former NBA players Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson bring their fiery intensity to the mic, dishing on the latest news and drama from on and off the court without boundaries.
Half man, half amazing. My friend, our brother, Vince Carter, man. Welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, my brother?
Man,
Search All the Smoke on TuneIn to listen.
Hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. Stocks are gaining on this final trading day of the week, looking like it's going to be an up week, as signs that the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19. Blunt concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the global economic recovery. Banks leading the S&P 500 index higher. A lot of banks reporting next week. Among some of the bank names today, J.P. Morgan Chase up 5.9%, Citigroup up 5.9% as well, Bank of America up 5%, Wells Fargo up by 5.7%. Here's where the equity markets stand. S&P up 23, up 0.8%. The Dow up 290 now, up 1.1%. NASDAQ up 31. That is a gain of about 0.3%. 10 years down 5.30 seconds. Yield 0.62%. Gold is down 0.2%. 1,800 even the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.3%, 40.53 a barrel. A Bloomberg exclusive. We sat down with global food company Mondelez. Chairman and CEO Dirk van der Put says with people in lockdown, the company has been seeing a jump in sales of comfort foods, familiar foods like its Oreo cookies and Cadbury chocolate. And here's what he had to tell us right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
They tend to eat more biscuits. They tend to eat more chocolate at home. But then a category like gum or candy, which is more on the go, bought in convenience stores and so on, is affected and is negative versus previous year.
Its gum brands include Trident. Mondelez shares are up now by about 2%. Again, the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ are all pushing higher. Crude oil, as I mentioned, is up today by 2.3%. Among some of the energy names, shares of ExxonMobil up 0.8%. BP is up by 1%. EOG Resources pushing higher by 1.1%, but Pioneer Natural Resources having a down day, a drop there of 0.4%. S&P higher by 22, now at 3174, a gain of 0.7%. The Dow up 1.1%. NASDAQ up by 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Got to say, I'm so excited we're going to get into this story because I feel like there has been a theme this week about the changing world order. In today's Business Week Economics, it is about a new world order for the coronavirus era, and we're starting to see what it looks like. Bloomberg News executive editor for international government at Bloomberg, as I said, on the phone from London, Rosalind Matheson joining us. Rosalind, nice to have you here with Jason and myself. Tell us about this era that we're in, and I do wonder about how the history books are going to look back at it and the economic books are going to look back at it and the changes that we're seeing.
Well, it's very interesting because, if anything, what we're seeing in a way is an acceleration and a hardening of trends that we were already seeing. It's like the veneer, in a way, is being stripped away and countries are showing themselves for what they are. China, for example, is very much out and unapologetic with their recent security law in Hong Kong, something they probably would not have done just a few years ago. But now they're making a judgment call that they've amassed enough power to get away with it, that they can wear the punishments that come. That's one thing that we're going to see accelerating. Meanwhile, the US is further withdrawing from international organizations and showing a willingness to criticize long-standing allies. Like Germany, it's very much a one-to-one focused game from them now with their rivalry with China. So aside from that, it's a country that really is turning inward. One way that we will see things possibly being redrawn is that there's a bit of unity and strength coming into Europe, and that's despite Brexit, despite the squabbling that you see between North and South and so on. And that's really under Angela Merkel's steady hand. And particularly, we could see a new role for middle countries, middle powers, if you like Australia, Japan, Canada, South Korea, and so on, starting to express themselves more, basically saying we can't rely on the US here, so we'll band together and do something ourselves.
So, Roz, I'm so glad you brought that up about Europe, because I was reading a story, some of the coverage that came out of, I think, your team, because you have this massive role in the Bloomberg empire, and it was about an election at the EU group, keep me honest here, that Ireland, the finance minister of Ireland sort of won this surprise victory, and so you have these countries in Europe even, these sort of smaller to mid-sized economies, who are going to be maybe a little more important, or at least have a louder voice. That's kind of interesting in the midst of all this, right?
Well, that's right. And in fact, that was a victory for the smaller states, as you said, and the four biggest economies in Europe had supported an alternate candidate to lead what's known as the Eurogroup. That's the finance ministers, really, within the EU. So that was a real backlash against those. And in fact, it was quite a tight result that went very late last night and caused unusual excitement, really, for the Eurogroup beyond what we'd normally have. But it's really a way that we're seeing these countries saying, well, we need to put ourselves more out there. There is risk to our economies, of course, if we do, for one thing, by taking on China more assertively. But given that we're not seeing a real concerted global leadership, you call it to the G7, the G20, or whatever, or through other institutions, that these countries are saying, well, we'll have to form new alliances ourselves and move those alliances around. And they'll be based on different things, perhaps, than we saw those groupings based on before. And that's really where we're going to see a key shift happening.
I feel like a key line in this story by Alan Crawford, Roz, is the problem is that there's no obvious forum to debate the shape of the post-pandemic world. And as increasingly we see countries look inward, right? They're not getting together and talking about these issues on a global scale. I'm curious, what are the implications? And is it to be expected that, the U.S. dominated for a long time, right? And other, parts of the world before that. And now, is it a natural progression that maybe China becomes the leader?
Well, that's a very interesting question because the U.S., of course, really was sort of the glue that held the post-war institutions together, the global order, in a way. Like it led the way through these institutions. It provided a strong security umbrella for many parts of the world, the Pacific, Europe, and so on. And it really is withdrawing from that. And those institutions are now in fundamental states of change. And the idea of the G7 or a G20 really coming out with some kind of coherent statement or policy at this point is kind of moot because we've been seeing for years under the Trump administration those meetings fall into disarray and disagreement. So as you say, where does that leave the idea of kind of organized responses and coherent responses? And it will form perhaps in new and different ways with these smaller groupings, what's known as the Quad, which is the US, of course, also about India, Japan, and Australia. And it might be China-led organizations as well. But at the same time, the US still is the biggest economy on the planet.
Right.
Its success is really the success of other countries too. So there will be always a role for the US. It's just how big that role will be.
And so, Roz, as we think about all the time, this upcoming presidential election here in the United States, how does that factor in? And I guess the real question is how much of this is sort of unstoppable to some extent, and how much of it may be arrested if there is a change in power here in the United States?
Well, it's absolutely the big wild card, of course. If Donald Trump wins again, you can imagine him being emboldened and America First becoming sort of America First with a big exclamation mark at the end, even more so, and a continuation of his policies, but even more dramatically so, a greater rupturing of the established world order. And room for other actors also to come in, Russia and Turkey included, not just China. But equally, if Joe Biden wins, and even if there is that greater outreach to allies, and perhaps a more collaborative mood, there can't be a return to the way things were. Because the mood in America has changed too much amongst voters. And equally, the mood in other countries has changed. People say it's about America only, but it's also about the way that other countries now see themselves in the world. So you'll see greater protectionism, greater unilateral behavior, and so on, regardless of who is in the White House after November.
Yeah.
Hey, just quickly, 30 seconds, Roz. I mean, as a result of this, does that mean economies are going to struggle more because they're not necessarily playing on the global stage, or not necessarily? Just quickly.
Well, that's a very interesting question because we are seeing, of course, countries no longer thinking about trade as a unifying factor. In fact, they're using trade as a weapon in politics. And that really does raise the risk that what we see is increasing trade wars, not just between the US and China, but also US and Europe and other countries and China. So definitely that atmosphere of less collaboration does create economic risk with it.
All right. Roz Matheson, you are the best. Thanks for spending some of your Friday evening with us. Executive Editor for International Government for Bloomberg, joining us on the phone from London. Let's head down to our capital here, Washington. We're talking about Nancy Lyons is there with World and National Headlines. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. Newly released audio from the internal investigation into Breonna Taylor's death illustrates conflicting accounts of whether Louisville police identified themselves before ultimately breaking down Taylor's door in an incident which led to her death. Kenneth Walker was Taylor's boyfriend.
There's another knock at the door. She's yelling at the top of her lungs, and I am too at this point. Who is it? No answer, no response. So when we come out, when we get out of the bed or whatever, like walking towards the door, the door comes off the hinges. So I just let off one shot. I still can't see who it is or anything.
One of the officers, Sergeant John Mattingly, maintains that officers did identify themselves. Taylor, a 26-year-old EMT, was shot 8 times after police broke down the door to her apartment while they were executing a nighttime warrant in a narcotics investigation. Well, President Trump is hinting he may intervene on behalf of his longtime advisor, Roger Stone, who is due to report to jail next week for lying to federal investigators.
Well, I'll be looking at it. I think Roger Stone was very unfairly treated, as were many people. And in the meantime, Comey and all these guys are walking around, including Biden and Obama, because we caught them spying on my campaign. Who would have believed that one?
Stone was convicted last fall of lying to Congress and threatening a witness as he sought to help President Trump's 2016 campaign. Attorney General Bill Barr says Stone's 40-month sentence is appropriate for the crime. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
With perspective comes clarity.
Each week, the story seems to change.
The best experts bring you the most clarity.
Give us a sense of what's going on in the IPO market these days.
Bonnie Quinn.
Will there be an interest from LPs in newer managers here?
Paul Sweeney.
How are companies marketing their deals here in the time of COVID and social distancing?
Bloomberg Markets, weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
The best of Bloomberg Business Week every business day.
We've got a market sell-off that's spreading around the globe.
The Bloomberg Business Week podcast with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly.
Let's do the Bloomberg Business Week bite of the day, Carol.
The day's breaking global business, finance, and tech news, along with smart analysis.
We know the Fed is going to be sure and steady.
The Bloomberg Business Week podcast.
A great scoop on the terminal.
Listen today on BloombergRadio.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived in Philadelphia. Local time is 3:05 p.m. and the temperature is 67 degrees. At this time, you are now free to use your cellular devices.
You know that feeling when you get to turn your phone on after the plane lands? You can have that feeling every time you drive. Make sure your cell phone is stowed away whenever you are behind the wheel.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
In-depth
London. Toolstation are here to help get your job safely started and finished, with over 60 branches within the M25. All open with social distancing and contactless click and collect from 5 minutes. And with 20,000 top trade quality products to choose from. Order online now for collection in London branches and get £5 off when you spend over £30 with the code LON530. So, get your job started at toolstation.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Get ready for the University of Bedfordshire. We've got all you need to make ambition become reality, to make lifelong friendships, to make contacts in your chosen industry, to make a name for yourself, to make it. In fact, we've got everything except your application. So get it in, sit back and relax. Wait. Actually, check out our generous scholarships and bursaries for support at every step at beds.ac.uk. Okay, now you can relax.
Honda. We're not a car company. We're more of a listening company. And now our ears have brought our attention to where people feel most comfortable, the lounge. So we asked ourselves, what could Honda do to innovate in this space? Well, how about more space? calm and uncluttered with modern yet retro styling and built-in screens compatible with your games console. It's the most comfortable lounge you've ever driven. Introducing the new Honda E, our small electric city car. Honda, the power of dreams.
Give yourself a Diet Coke break.
False information about coronavirus is being spread everywhere. Popping up here, being shared there. Ping! Reaching and tricking more people with every share. They don't even understand the harm it can cause.
False information can be hard to spot. Make sure you know what you're sharing. Don't feed the beast. Visit sharechecklist.gov.uk. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
This is a message from the RNLI and Her Majesty's Coast Guard. Beach lifeguards can't be everywhere this summer, so they can't always protect your family, but you can. So keep an eye on your loved ones. Avoid taking risks in the sea. Don't use inflatables. In an emergency, dial 999 for the Coast Guard. Get more advice at rnli.org/beach2020. Thank you.
With millions of podcasts dropping new episodes all the time, how do you keep up with all your favorites? TuneIn makes it easy. Simply head to the home screen and find your new episode section to see the latest additions.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. On this day in 1999, during the FIFA Women's World Cup final, the U.S. beats China 5-4. On penalties, earning the U.S. women's team their second World Cup title.
Party begins in Pasadena. What a day this was, and it continues from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. The United States has won the Women's World Cup.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Developing story, headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Sources tell Bloomberg Facebook is considering imposing a ban on political ads on its social network in the days leading up to the U.S. election in November. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest. Now let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call, and here is Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks in the green after a weak start today. Dow's currently up 341 points. S&P's gained 28.5, and NASDAQ climbs by 49. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.63%. Gold is down 3. WTI crude futures rise 2.4%, and transports gain 171 points. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, J.P. Morgan and Goldman Sachs, while Microsoft and J&J led to the downside. In other news, the New York Times reported that Amazon is making employees delete TikTok from their phones. And in geopolitics, Trump says a Phase 2 China trade deal is unlikely at this point. Wrapping things up, Tesla hit a record $1,500 a share. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUAWK, on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, we are still in the midst of a major national and global health crisis. So let's understand where we are when it comes to COVID-19. We turn again to Dr. Penny Wheeler, the president and CEO of Allina Health, joining us on the phone from Minnesota. This, of course, is a not-for-profit healthcare system based there in Minneapolis, 13 hospitals, more than 90 clinics across the state of Minnesota and western Wisconsin. Dr. Wheeler, really nice to have you back with us.
It's nice to be back with you. Thank you.
Hi. So tell us what it looks like, what this outbreak looks like on the ground there in Minnesota, because I know it's different across the country. And I think the last time we talked to you, it was a few weeks, maybe a couple months ago, and a lot has changed in the world.
No, and a lot of change in our world. So not only did we have the COVID crisis, but sitting in the middle of Minneapolis, where the senseless killing of George Floyd took place, we had a lot of civil unrest that occurred beyond that. So it was kind of crisis upon crisis here. In terms of the COVID, we actually are a little island here right now, a bit in the Midwest that is seeing less than the Sun Belt and the Western coast is seeing. So we have had, since May, had a diminution of the number of people who required hospitalization down collectively from like 600 to, sorry about that, given the 600 to about 200. And we in our geography have had also a decline in hospitalization rates even after the number of significant protests that occurred. Right.
Well, Carol brought that up earlier, interestingly, when we were talking about some of these outbreaks, and I think people wore masks, right?
Yeah, people did wear masks. I think that one of the things that's saving us, and I was so glad to hear your public service announcement, is really it gets to a concern about caution fatigue. But wearing masks, physical distancing, washing hands, staying home while sick, those things still really matter. And I think we're really worried about the exponential effects that this can take off if we lower our guard. I think even with some of the preventative measures, like in a state like California, we've seen that with some of that relaxation comes higher caseloads and, sadly, higher hospitalizations and deaths as well.
What are you hearing about, officials and where they are? I think earlier this week you met with some of your state legislators on your response, the state's response, and rebuilding. What's on everybody's minds? Because I do feel like there's this push and pull between wanting to move forward, get the economy back on track, but we're still kind of constantly looking behind us or in front of us, about the rising virus cases that we're seeing around the country. I think there's still fear of a second wave. So I'm just curious what that meeting was all about and what came out of it.
I think it was exactly that. It was worry about this balancing. There's not lost on us the economic hit that this virus is causing us, but now seeing what's happening in so many other states and geographies, the economic hit greater if you reduce caution as you reopen. So I think that largely the testimony was about that.
And so what's your biggest concern? And maybe you've already said it, Dr. Wheeler, as you look around the country, and, I feel like you're sitting in a similar place to where we are here in the tri-state area, where it's like we sort of did the work, the numbers are down, they're trending in the right direction, and yet they are wildly trending in the wrong direction in the rest of the country. So what do people who are in these, as you say, sort of oases, these sort of comfortable or slightly more comfortable places, what do we do at a time like this? What do we need to be worried about?
Yeah. I think caution, is like, for example, one of the big questions in front of our legislature was, do we go to universal masking? So do we do, as we open up, can we continue to do that as smartly as possible to avoid these exponential rises in other geographies? So it's really hard to close things back down once you've reopened. Can you reopen them and have enough, civic responsibility, to do that? We know that, for example, wearing masks, yes, it protects you a little bit, but about 80% of the protection goes to the people around you that you're protecting from. So if we can do those things, then I think we can open up more safely and won't see these unfortunate rises. We're now just starting to see a leading indicator of some case rising in our geographies. And I worry as I look around, we're doing pretty well as a geography so far in masking, but our mobility increased a lot, and people, naturally, there's caution fatigue.
But Dr. Wheeler, don't you find that amazing? I mean, Jason and I kind of laugh about it, but we don't laugh about it, that this whole idea of just wear a mask. You're not losing your rights as a citizen. It's just about keeping others safe. And I do find it kind of baffling that we're still struggling with this, and we just unfortunately only have about 30 seconds here. But don't you find that frustrating?
I find it totally and wholeheartedly frustrating. That doesn't impinge on our liberties, and quite honestly, it's a way in service to the rest of humanity by protecting others from getting the virus if we may be an asymptomatic carrier ourselves. So please wear masks.
Yeah. All right. We're right there with you. We're going to keep beating this drum. Dr. Penny Wheeler, we really appreciate it. President and CEO of Allina Health, joining us on the phone from Minnesota. Love catching up with her and getting that perspective from the Midwest. And man, Minneapolis, they have been through a lot, as she pointed out.
She's such a nice Midwesterner because she said, please wear a mask. As you and I are like, just wear a mask.
Wear a mask. Darn it.
Just do
Sometimes stronger off air.
Yeah, but we're a family show, so we're going to keep it clean.
You're New Jersey nice, if that's the thing.
New Jersey nice. Coming up, we have another New Jersey nice individual. We're talking about Dave Wilson. He's going to check in with him. We're going to check in with him on his chart of the day. Stick around. This is Bloomberg Business Week. It's Friday, thank God, and this is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Wall Street heads into the weekend on a high note as hopes for an effective treatment for COVID-19 ease fears of a rising number of cases. The Dow Industrials are up 330, the S&P 500 up 26, the Nasdaq up 42. The federal Paycheck Protection Program may just be delaying the inevitable. A survey finds 22% of small businesses that got PPP loans have fired workers or plan to once their loan runs out, up from 14% in June. Amazon is citing security risks, telling employees to delete the TikTok social media app from mobile devices used to access company email. TikTok is owned by China's ByteDance. U.S. officials have raised concerns about how it stores user data. West Elm says it will devote more shelf space to products from black-owned businesses. The home goods retailer also said it would raise its share of corporate-level black employees to at least 15%. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
If you love them enough to listen to them practice the same song on tuba,
please be done.
Over and over and over and over and over, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Sounds good, honey.
Check today at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The market's in focus every business day. The Bloomberg Markets Podcast with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn.
There's some sectors that you want to have more or less exposure to.
Market sell-off glowing global once again.
Analysis of the day's Wall Street action.
What's the thought on Apple here?
From Bloomberg Intelligence, Bloomberg Opinion, and influential newsmakers.
There's very, very disturbing dynamics at work.
Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn. Subscribe today at BloombergRadio.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or iTunes.
What would the world be like if we listened more? At Honda, our ears are always open to new ideas. Oh, there's one now, knocking on our eardrum. What's that? What if we made a car with cameras instead of wing mirrors? A robot mower that knows when it's time to cut the grass? A self-balancing motorcycle? And what if by 2022, all of our mainstream cars were hybrid or electric? Great idea. Thanks, ears. Honda, the power of dreams.
We're all guilty of spending too much time on social media. Why not add something genuinely useful to your feed with TuneIn? Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about some of the best stuff happening around the app. You might just discover your next audio obsession.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
To help keep you and your loved ones safe, TuneIn has the latest guidelines from the CDC. Outdoor gatherings? Wash your hands and don't touch your face. Stay at least 6 feet from people you don't live with. Wear a mask. Don't share food, toys, or other items, and avoid shared surfaces. Participate in events like these infrequently. For the latest stories and updates on COVID-19, search Coronavirus News on TuneIn.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Who says only the experts get to do the talking? On the Scuttlepuck NHL Hockey Podcast, irreverent outsiders Mike Bond and Dale Horde give their untrained opinions on all things hockey from the fans' perspective.
I don't know how you get those guys out of there. And Crosby, as great as he's been, it's just such a different era, so it's tough with the... he didn't have the crazy number of points that Orr, Lemieux, and Gretzky did. They just...
Search Scuttle Puck on TuneIn to listen.
With millions of podcasts dropping new episodes all the time, how do you keep up with all your favorites? TuneIn makes it easy. Simply head to the home screen and find your new episode section to see the latest editions.
Trey Wingo here from ESPN's Golic and Wingo. Every morning, Mike Golic Jr., and I sit down to discuss all the news, drama, and highlights spinning the sports world that day. And with TuneIn, you can hear us whenever and wherever you go. Just search Golic and Wingo and start listening today.
Staying current on college hoops starts here on the Eye on College Basketball podcast. CBS sports columnists Gary Parrish and Matt Norlander bring you commentary, insider information, and statistical analysis covering the entire NCAA.
The amount of earning potential you could have had there, or if you had gone to play at any other place with a chance to play in the NCAA tournament, win a national championship, none of us would have faulted Cunningham for doing that, but he decided this is where he wants to be in the face of a postseason.
Search Eye on College Basketball on TuneIn to listen.
Buckle up, race fans.
NASCAR is back in the driver's seat.
And you can cut straight to the action here.
With the Performance Racing Network on TuneIn, you can hear PRN's live coverage of some of this year's top events.
As NASCAR's top drivers, Kevin Harvick,
Clint Boyer, and more get back on the track.
Search Performance Racing Network to listen and see upcoming races.
1130 to Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston, Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960 to the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
And coming up, Dave Wilson, New Jersey's favorite son, your New Jersey's favorite daughter, Carol. No? I didn't like that?
I don't know about that.
All right. Wow. Okay. Quick flex. Or the opposite of that. Anyway, he's going to have his chart of the day. Dave Wilson. It's going to be long. We're going to hear the song of the day as well, Friday edition. But first, let's get back to Charlie Pellet, Brooklyn's favorite son.
I love Brooklyn. I can't tell you how much I love that because I love New York. Here's what's going on. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing, though. Developing story that we told you about just a few minutes ago involving Facebook. Facebook shares are higher. Little changed right now. We've got Facebook actually just turning lower, down now by 0.1%. Facebook is considering imposing a ban on political ads on its social network in the days leading up to the election in November. This, according to people familiar with the company's thinking. Stocks are pushing higher right now. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all rallying right now. S&P 500 index on track for a winning week. As of right now, looking at the rolling number on the Bloomberg here, up 1.7%. Second weekly gain, I should add, for the S&P. Higher now by 1%, up 31 points. Going to end the week close to 31.83. NASDAQ up 55. That is a gain of 0.5%. Again, got to mention the year-to-date number there, up 18.2% for NASDAQ. And the Dow up 365, up now by 1.4%. The 10-year yield, 0.63%. Gold is down 0.2%, $17.99 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.3%, $40.55 a barrel. Stocks are higher amid another spike in virus cases with record deaths in Florida, Texas, and California, raising questions about the pace of reopenings. Dr. Andrew Pekosh is a professor of molecular microbiology and immunology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
You've seen a number of states didn't hit low enough levels to loosen those restrictions, and now you're seeing that surge of cases. Masks, social distancing is going to help, but more stringent efforts are going to be needed to get these cases down to a manageable level again.
Gilead Sciences shares are higher as the company said its remdesivir treatment cut COVID-19 mortality risk by 62%. Gilead up now by 2.2%. Crude up 2.3%, $40.54 a barrel. Again, gold down 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week.
this
Friday
Southside
song
Johnny?
for Dave Wilson.
No.
You're sort of in the ballpark, but no, it's someone who's been around a whole lot longer than Southside. But he's kind of become an adopted son of the Jersey Shore.
Is it Hugh? I don't know. All right.
Yeah, I don't know, Dave. Tell us.
Gary U.S. Bonds with a little help from Bruce Springsteen on that song.
I could hear Bruce underneath, but I knew that he obviously wasn't leading there. Interesting.
Right. Can't teach an old dog new tricks, and it's from an album called Back in 20.
Was that Clarence Clements on the sax? That was some powerful sax there.
Yeah,
I was thinking it was him, too. Yeah. That's very cool.
I got part of it.
I have to check on that. Maybe somebody else.
Let's say it was. Let's just say it was.
Well, in any case, what we
if it
can
wasn't,
say
it
is that,
should have been. Let's just put it out there.
Yeah. We're back in 20 talking about the NASDAQ 100 index. That's really what the chart is all about. You know, looking back, I mean, we've made a lot of comparisons lately to 2000. I mean, if you think about some of the recent charts I've done, the whole sort of internet bubble era really started in the mid-90s and culminated in March 2000. And so it's sort of a reference point for old dogs of the market, you might say, that there may be some new tricks going on. At least that's what Michael Batnick is thinking. He's the research director at Barry Ritholtz's firm, Ritholtz Wealth Management. Of course, you know Barry from his Masters in Business shows on Bloomberg Radio on the weekends, his columns for Bloomberg Opinion. So, sort of a friend of the company, you might say. In any case, what I thought was useful, I mean, given, the focus on sort of the 1990s and 2000, was really just to do the kind of direct comparison that Batnick did within the NASDAQ 100 index. And what you find out is that, what we've seen the past few years is nothing in terms of magnitude compared to what we had back then. Here are some numbers for you. Over 5 years, right? The NASDAQ 100 up 147% through yesterday. So that gives you some idea. In the last 5 years of that internet bubble period, which is also shown in the chart, NASDAQ 100 up 929%. That's more than 6 times as much. So, yeah, sure, you can talk about how much some of the stocks have risen, but when you look at the broader market, you say, what we're seeing now is nothing compared to what we saw then. And the way Batnick puts it, you have to consider the possibility that we may not be at the end of technology stocks dominating the market here. So if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
I love this. And I have to say, first of all, this whole idea of, coming to an end of a tech dominance, I mean, I feel like if anything's for certain, technology is just, that is going to dominate for a long time because that is our society. And we're using technology to do more and more things, Dave. But it's interesting. I don't feel like this era is at all like pets.com or just kind of the craziness that we saw in the build up to the internet, bubble. It doesn't feel the same, not even close.
Yeah, and that's the difference as much as anything. Much less speculative, arguably, much more driven by just the growth of these companies. I mean, as big as they are, the kind of growth rates they've been able to deliver, I mean, you can understand why they've been as strong as they are in relative terms. But the question then becomes relative to what? Relative to the rest of the stock market now is one thing. Relative to history is quite another.
All right, so I did a little research on this song while we were talking.
No wonder he was so quiet, Dave.
It was recorded in February 2004 at Thrill Hill Recording, which, of course, Dave Wilson knows is Bruce Springsteen's home studio. Yep. Features Springsteen on guitar and backup vocals. Doesn't say anything about Clarence Clements, but the song also features on harmonica Southside Johnny.
Southside Johnny, there you go.
So we were all kind of right. And I didn't even have to Google to cheat.
Exactly. I was just trying to fact check a little bit, and because I want to be right. I want to be right, and not I want to be correct. It's that I want to be not that I want to be right. I would like for us to be correct.
You'd like to be right too, though.
Oh, I definitely like to be right. Yeah, no question. Dave Wilson, we'll talk to you in just a few minutes for your stock of the day. You know who likes to be right? You.
That's true. Good to leave it there. All right, let's get back to World and National News headlines. Back on over to Nancy Lyons, who's always right.
Well, I wish so. Can you tell my husband that?
Yes.
Anyway, President Trump is changing his plans and is postponing his scheduled campaign rally in New Hampshire this weekend due to Tropical Storm Faye that's expected to impact the area.
We are on the watch. We're fully prepared. FEMA's ready in case it's bad. Shouldn't be too bad, but you never know.
Tropical Storm Faye is expected to sweep through the New York's Hudson Valley and upstate region into Canada by tomorrow afternoon. Military leaders in charge of training new recruits say they're seeing coronavirus positivity rates at around 2%. And a vast majority of those cases are asymptomatic. During a Pentagon briefing today, Air Force General Andrea Tullis said recruits need to speak up.
In the past, I can say our culture was such that we had a kind of, quote, suck it up culture where we wanted you to push through regardless of how you were feeling, and that is absolutely the opposite of what we're encouraging right now.
Florida continues to be the country's big hotspot for the coronavirus. The state's new cases rose 4.9% in the past 24 hours. President Trump is ordering the Treasury Department to review the tax-exempt status of colleges and universities following his threats to cut federal funding to schools that don't reopen during the pandemic. He says some of the institutions are focusing on, quote, radical left indoctrination rather than educating their students. Notre Dame Cathedral will be rebuilt just the way it stood before last year's devastating fire. That means no swimming pool on the roof of the medieval Paris landmark, no contemporary glass spire, or any other modern elements that were favored by French President Emmanuel Macron. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
President of the Jewish Communal Fund, Zoya Raines, and her husband, Robert Friedman, Jewish activists and philanthropists, talk about why they chose the Jewish Communal Fund for their charitable giving.
As very busy working parents, we wanted to focus more on the charity part of it and wanted to focus more on our children and less on the administration.
The Jewish Communal Fund is one of the oldest and largest donor-advised funds, but at the same time, they're totally up to date and have state-of-the-art systems for us to access and manage our contributions online. The assets in our fund at the JCF grow tax-free, so we can generate more charitable dollars to support the charities that we care about most.
Let JCF minimize your taxes and maximize your charitable giving.
We're incredibly passionate about our charity, and the JCF allows us to focus more on the charity and less on the administration and the headaches.
For more information about Jewish Communal Fund, visit our website at jcfny.org and request a new fund kit.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
How long? Get ready for the University of Bedfordshire. We've got all you need to make ambition become reality, to make lifelong friendships, to make contacts in your chosen industry, to make a name for yourself, to make it. In fact, we've got everything except your application. So get it in, sit back and relax. Wait, actually, check out our generous scholarships and bursaries for support at every step at beds.ac.uk. Okay, now you can relax.
How do we control coronavirus now? Listen to Claudia. She's a care worker.
I got the call from NHS Test and Trace. Told I'd been in contact with someone with coronavirus. Couldn't believe it. I had to isolate at home for 14 days. Couldn't go to work, couldn't go to the shops, couldn't get out to exercise. I didn't even feel ill. But you know what? To protect my family, my friends, my community, well, you just do it, don't you?
Stay alert, Control the virus. Save lives.
Thanks to National Lottery players, the Emerald Centre are now providing emergency food supplies and support for people in Bedfordshire like Alan. Thank you. And £600 million of National Lottery funding is on its way to thousands more local projects in England and across the UK during these exceptional times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. It's Tune In Sports on this day. On this day in 1999, during the FIFA Women's World Cup final, the U.S. beats China 5-4 on penalties, earning the U.S. women's team their second World Cup title.
Party begins in Pasadena. What a day this was, and it continues from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. The United States has won the Women's World Cup.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn. To help keep you and your loved ones safe, TuneIn has the latest guidelines from the CDC. Outdoor activities, wash your hands and don't touch your face. Stay at least 6 feet from people you don't live with. Wear a mask. Avoid shared surfaces like swings or benches. For the latest stories and updates on COVID-19, search Coronavirus News on TuneIn.
Ready for some straight talk on what's happening in the MLB? On the Barstool Sports Podcast starting 9, Dallas Brayton and Jared Carrabis cut through the BS to break down the league the way they really see it.
Yeah, we're continuing our little mini-series of college baseball coaches in addition to bringing you major league players from throughout the league. If you've been listening to Starting 9 for some time now, you know that we've had a big leaguer on every single episode for probably 2 years now.
Search Starting 9 on TuneIn to listen.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Are you ready for the realest first-hand take of what's happening in the NBA? On their podcast, All the Smoke, former NBA players Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson bring their fiery intensity to the mic, dishing on the latest news and drama from on and off the court without boundaries.
Half man, half amazing. My friend, our brother, Vince Carter, man, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up, man? What's up, my brother? Man,
Search All the Smoke on TuneIn to listen.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell until we wrap up trading on this Friday, July 10th. S&P adding to its weekly gain. Stocks are advancing as signs that the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19. Blunt concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the global economic recovery. Banks leading the S&P 500 index higher. S&P up 30 now, a gain of about 1%. The Dow's up 354 points. That is an advance of 1.4%. NASDAQ up 53, up by 0.5%. We've got the 10-year down 7/30 seconds with a yield of 0.63%. Gold is down 0.2%, $17.99 the ounce. And crude, West Texas Intermediate, up 2.1%, $40.46 a barrel. Again, recapping, equities higher. S&P up 29, up 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
What's the question that drives us?
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
It is time for the drive to the close. Dan Pipitone is with us, co-founder of TradeZero America. He joins us on the phone in Brooklyn. And this, as we've got a market that's pretty much at its highs of the session, just got about 20 minutes left in the trading day, and we're on track for some gains for the week overall. Dan, good to have you here with Jason and myself. Remind us about your platform, because you guys are zero commissions, correct? And talk to us a little bit about how it all works.
Sure. We are a zero-commission broker, more geared toward the active investor. A lot of the tools that we offer are geared to those people who are looking for a little bit more than essentially just a free stock trading mobile app. Many of our customers trade both directions. They trade equally on both the long and the short side, and we give fair treatment to both of those styles of trading. Additionally, the access that we provide, we span the entire market hours from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern.
So what are you seeing in terms of demand for this platform right now, Dan? Because, we've read a lot about Robinhood and other platforms that are really appealing at this time because people are stuck at home. They've got a little more time, and especially the younger set seem to be discovering the stock market, especially as we've seen this pretty nice run.
Yes, well, for sure, we've had a captive audience for the better part of the last 4 or 5 months, and what we've seen is that there have been a lot of new entrants to the marketplace. Some of our competitors really have done a great job of really demystifying the stock market, but at some point, it's these newly entrants to the market are left wanting more and left wanting a little bit more access, better tools, and a better handle on their trading. And so, when looking at a mobile app and only seeing the last price instead of the bid and the ask is not enough. When traders and new investors are graduating to the next level, we're seeing a lot of attention in what we do.
Hey, I want to know a little bit more about the demographics. Who is using your platform, and what kind of trading activity have you seen, and maybe changes in that activity over the last few months? We had a great story. Jason and I talked about it, Dan, earlier in the week about Citadel saying that retail traders now account for about a fifth of stock market trading and as much as a quarter on the most active days. That's what they're seeing. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we since January we've had huge increases in both volume and new entrants.
What's
to
huge?
the platform.
What's huge?
Trading up 250% since January. The attention to the short side and trading on the short side at our firm is up over 200% in that time. And as I mentioned, a lot of the millennial investors, people like to talk about these as really the new drivers of the market. Are now, left wanting to have more access and more tools to the market. So we're seeing a lot of these millennials sort of trade up to a platform like the one that we have.
Mm-hmm. So, Dan, let's talk about, some of the stocks out there that you're seeing when it comes to this pandemic. What's providing some investment opportunity out there? I mean, this is a health crisis, and I know one of the things that you guys are looking at are names that stand to benefit here.
Sure. Lots of attention in sort of what we call the COVID sector. A lot of the treatment providers and those companies that are searching out vaccines like the Novavax, the Modernas, those companies that have partnered with the U.S. government. The U.S. government has given them grants and sponsored their development of various vaccines. Inovio Pharmaceuticals is another one. And some smaller cap names. These have been very actively trading on our platform on both an intraday and overnight basis. Companies like Sorrento Therapeutics, SRNE, and Altimmune, another one, symbol ALT, which has had a nice run the last few days.
So you guys get to see a lot of data, and that's, kind of interesting in terms of where people are trading, what they're interested in, and whether they're, taking a short or long position. I am curious about some of those pharma or biotech companies, whether it's Novavax. I mean, this is a stock that's had a really, really good run. It's up it's up 2,200, almost 2,300% this year. So what's the trend that you're seeing? Are people shorting it at this point?
On an intraday basis, a lot of these pops that are occurring in the morning based on overnight news, it's really giving traders the opportunity to many times fade the open, so to speak, where they'll short based on the news that's come out and then look to buy back a couple of points lower. The news cycle has really created the volatility that gives the opportunity for traders to play these things on an intraday basis, both long and short.
So you're not necessarily seeing more traders. I know what you're saying. They're getting in and out. They love the movement, but you're not seeing more take maybe a long position versus a short, or vice versa.
We're not. Most of the clientele and the traders that we're dealing with, for the most part, are holding, not holding positions overnight.
Okay.
Interesting. So how do you make this, I mean, for your business's sake, Dan, if we get back to whatever the next normal is going to be, how do you hang on to these customers?
Well, by keeping fresh, by ensuring that the tools and the technology that you're providing is always a step ahead, by empowering the investor with ease of access of both onboarding the platform and also banking, moving funds back and forth from the brokerage firm to their bank account, and really just providing better tools.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much, Dan Pipitone, co-founder of Trade Zero America, joining us on the phone from Brooklyn. Listen, this has been an interesting time for these types of companies because, as Dan said at the top, it's a captive audience in many ways. And you've got, even in tough economic times, there are still people who want to take advantage of this market. They're seeing this market, especially, we've talked a lot about this today, and probably we'll talk more about it, these tech names that have been on an absolute run over the course of this year, and even with that tough March.
And by tech, you mean pure tech as well as biotech, because of the push not only to find a vaccine, but also, various therapies, modalities to treat the ailment, to treat the virus at different levels. Everybody, and there's so much money that's being committed from the government and elsewhere, and so you're really seeing that sector really get a big boost. We've just got about 3.5 minutes left in today's trading day, and we have seen stocks head higher in these last few minutes of trading. And it looks like, Jason, we're going to end the week with some gains. In fact, some really strong gains for the NASDAQ.
Selling into the close of the week, I'm sure when we last saw that, but we'll see. It's a windy, rainy day here in the tri-state area. We're going to count you down to the close, and we've got some interesting conversations as we round out the week. Stick with us. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
So I often struggled at school. Once, when we had a maths test, I looked around the room and everyone was just doing it, and I couldn't, and I began to cry. But my teacher came over and said, it might look like one big problem, but it's just a handful of small ones, and you can deal with that. I hear her voice in my head for every problem I face to this day.
Teaching. Every lesson shapes a life. You could get £26,000 tax-free to train as a teacher. Subject to eligibility, selected subjects only. Search Get Into Teaching.
Listening has always taught us a lot at Honda. And lately, we've been listening to your thumbs. Because thumbs can do everything now. The world is at their thumb tips. So now, the My Honda Plus app lets the thumb take control of your car too. Even when you're not inside the new Honda E, your thumb can find where you parked, set the temperature before you get in, check how much the battery is charged, and schedule charging for when electricity is cheapest. The new Honda E and My Honda Plus app. Oh, a thumbs up. Honda, the power of dreams.
Times Radio, an exciting new national speech station, is here.
Featuring live news,
analysis, conversation,
and the unequivocal world-beating journalism of The Times.
Join Asma Mir and me, Stig Abel.
I'm John Pienaar. Join me on Times Radio.
Join me, Mariella Frostrup.
I'm Giles Corrin.
Hello, I'm Kathy Newman.
This is Michael Portillo.
Join me, Carol Walker.
I'm Hugo Rifkind.
Times Radio is here. Search Times Radio on TuneIn to listen.
Who says you can't have a laugh while getting serious about America's pastime? On the daily podcast Locked On MLB, comedian and baseball fanatic Paul Francis Sullivan talks about each team, each pennant race, and everything else in the game, from rule changes and controversies to baseball cards and stadium food.
For those of you who are not familiar with me or the old show, I love to obsess over baseball. I'm talking baseball over the Super Bowl. We had a TV showing the division series during my wedding.
Search Locked On MLB on TuneIn to listen today.
Where do sports, culture, and basketball nostalgia collide? On their podcast, Knuckleheads, NBA veterans Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles sit down with athletes, musicians, and entertainers to get brutally honest, totally unguarded conversations about everything from current events to untold stories from the golden era of sports.
You know that, right? I tried to tip dunk all the free throw line one time.
Search Knuckleheads on TuneIn to listen.
.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
On Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. There you have it. Sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up trading on this Friday, July 10th, and it is on to the weekend with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all moving higher. Stocks close at the best level of the day. S&P up 32 at the close, up by 1%, ending the week heading into the weekend at 31.84. NASDAQ rallied 69 points, another record there, up 0.7%, bringing its year-to-date gains to 18.3%. The Dow up 368 points. The Dow up today by 1.4%. Stocks rallied as signs that the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19 blunted concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the global economic recovery. 10-year down 7/30 seconds with a yield of 0.63%. Dan Pipitone is co-founder of Trade Zero America, and on Bloomberg Business Week, he was asked what stocks are among the most heavily traded on his platform.
Lots of attention in sort of what we call the COVID sector. A lot of the treatment providers and those companies that are searching out vaccines like the Novavax, the Modernas, those companies that have partnered with the U.S. government, and the U.S. government has given them grants and sponsored their development of various vaccines.
Banks led the S&P 500 index higher, extending a weekly gain among some of those bank names today. J.P. Morgan Chase up 5.5%. Citigroup surged 6.5%. Bank of America was up 5.5%. Wells Fargo up today by 5.9%. Should also mention that a lot of those bank names will be reporting next week. A sell rating on Beyond Meat, this according to Citigroup analyst Wendy Nicholson, who says it's a risk of being part of a food craze that could potentially sputter and continues to face heightened competition. Beyond Meat down today on an update for the rest of the market. Beyond Meat moving lower by 4.4%. Recapping equities higher. S&P up 1%. Gold down 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Move around. Motion creates the motion.
I feel the earth move under my feet.
You move like they do. I've never seen anyone move that fast.
All right, people, let's move like we've got a purpose.
That was called Movers and Shakers. They cost a little more, but that name cracked me up.
Bloomberg Business Week, Movers and Shakers, with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Trying to get all my numbers together because I've been looking at kind of some perspective on this market. Let's take a look at those closing numbers. Charlie breaking down the day for you. Let's start with the S&P 500, though. Broad-based. You did see more names in the index higher today in terms of, so as I said, broad-based buying, 398 names in the S&P 500 higher today, 106 lower, 1 unchanged. Jason, for the week overall, we saw the Dow up just shy of 1%. The S&P 500 up almost 1.8%. The NASDAQ up 4%. The NASDAQ is at an all-time high. It is up 55% from that March low. Dow is up 40% from that low. S&P is up 42% from that March low. Where are we year to date? S&P is still down about 1.5%. Dow is still down about 8.6%. NASDAQ is up more than 18%.
For the year. Yeah.
So, it makes sense that when, Dave does some of these great charts of looking at technology, and rightfully so, versus the rest of the market. And it really has been the market that's outpaced the rest.
Yeah, it's just this relative outperformance. And I really liked his chart of the day earlier, even though I was a little distracted by trying to figure out whether Clarence Clemens was playing saxophone. I was listening, and I had read it earlier, just to surprise you a little bit. In part because, and you guys had a good discussion about this, it is very different from the dot-com boom. You know, it's easy to sort of be like, oh, yeah, tech gets overbought. We've seen this movie before. But as you say, RIP Pets.com, it's not Pets.com again. And they are, I mean, and to a large extent, they are driven by some really massive names. One name I do want to talk about
Can I just say one thing? The other thing is I also think that when there's something that's questionable, social media, other forms, that investors are very quick to get on it, activists as well. And I feel like anything that's questionable comes undone pretty quickly. No, you don't
say
agree.
That again.
I'm just saying that
just in terms of the vitality and the importance of the platforms.
No. Questioning, businesses that don't make sense. I feel like via social media. Although WeWork, was out there.
Right.
But I'm just saying that I do feel like there's a quicker cycle of like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. I think it played out with Bitcoin, right, for a while.
Got it.
So anyway,
I thought you were talking about them as stocks because
no.
It's interesting to just look at Facebook, and I'm hoping we're going to talk about this a little bit later on. Facebook ended up, let's see, where were they? Up a little bit. Not, they ended up about 0.2%. That scoop from Kurt Wagner, I think, is an important one, though, that they may basically take a hiatus in the days leading up to the election from political ads, which would be a big move. And you do wonder as we get closer and closer to the election how the tone gets set. We talked with Kathy Wood yesterday about Tesla, among other things. And Tesla, again, I think they were up. That stock was up another 10% today. I mean, it's just
off the charts.
Incredible. Yep, 10.8%. So effectively 11%. That stock's now trading at $1,500.
I know. I do wonder if they're going to make a split or he'll just keep it this way and just let it keep going. We'll have to see. I know you're going to do some travel stocks in a moment. I do want to look at the major industry groups in terms of what we saw for the day because it was fairly broad-based in terms of the buying. But financials were up about 3.5%. Energy names were up more than 3%. Communication services, which plays into some of those big tech names, they were up about 2%. What lost some ground? Information technology, down a hair. Healthcare was down slightly too. But healthcare has been on a pretty big tear, certainly this year, with all the talk about the virus and pursuit of healthcare and so on and so forth.
Yeah, pursuit of a vaccine and all of those things. All right, so Carnival, that's one of your biggest gainers. It was up, providing a business update.
Almost 11%.
$10 billion since March, so shoring up, as they say. Let's quickly take a look at volatility. The VIX volatility was down just a touch today, I believe, if my Bloomberg will come. Yeah, actually more than a touch, down 7%, closing at 27.21. It's Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson. Open up the door, it's Dave. Who? Dave.
Hey, Mr. Wilson. Time for Dave Wilson and his stock of the day. Osmotica Pharmaceuticals, OSMT is the ticker, Dave. What's going on here?
That's right. They do women's health, neurological disorders. They also have their own formulations of generic drugs and dietary supplements. Osmotica was founded in 2000, went public in 2018, the ticker OSMT, as you mentioned, Carol. The stock was initially sold at $7, and it's below that price release. It has been most of that time since going public. Last year, it fell as low as $2.20. This year, it dropped to $2.81. Now, Osmotica has been climbing the past 3 months. The rally accelerated starting yesterday with help from U.S. regulators. Company gained approval to begin selling the first treatment for drooping eyelids, or ptosis. Osmotica's shares rose yesterday by 10%. Today, the rally accelerated with some help from RBC Capital Markets, SunTrust, and SVB Lyric, all raising price estimates. Beyond that, scarcity may have contributed to the latest surge. Data compiled by Bloomberg shows Osmotica had 10.3 million shares available for trading, just 17% of the stock outstanding. But whatever the reason, Osmotica rose today by more than 25%. So we're talking a two-day gain of 38%, biggest ever for the company. Shares closed at $8.77, above that initial $7 price.
Now 25% higher for the year. So those 2 days have really pushed it out of the red into the green in terms of performances, Dave.
They sure have. 10.5 million shares or so available for trading. 4.7 million changing hands today.
Yeah, wow. That's a lot.
That is heavy volume, as they say. say. All right, Dave Wilson, hopefully you're going to play some good music this weekend. It's been some fun.
I always manage to, somehow, one way or another.
All right, have a good weekend. Stay safe and dry amid this cloudy, rainy tri-state area. Dave Wilson, our stocks editor, Carol.
Yeah, he is, indeed.
Let's get to Denise Pellegrini now. She's got world and national headlines. Hey, Denise.
It's a Friday, Denise. Can you tell?
Yes, and I got to admit, I'm one of the few people alive who has actually seen Dave Wilson's LP record collection before he converted to digital. The whole house, wall to wall, was just filled with it till his wife complained a little bit too much. All right, anyway, those COVID-19 numbers are really looking worrisome. U.S. cases up 1.9%. That is in line with the weekly average, but cases are up in Arizona. New cases in Florida up 4.9%. That's higher than the moving average, and health experts say the state's reopening contributed. Governor Ron DeSantis, though, says the state still plans to have schools fully reopened for the upcoming school year, and he's defending his earlier decision to reopen.
I sent mine to the task force. I spoke specifically with Dr. Birx, and if you look at, we did phase 1 at the beginning of May. Our best test results were May and the first 2 weeks of June. We were 5% or under that whole time.
Yeah, now, worldwide, new COVID cases today hit a record high. President Trump is in Florida today, visiting the U.S. Southern Command Center, Miami-Dade, for operations briefing. President taking the time to share his views on a whole bunch of things, including defund the police.
We'll always stand with the incredible men and women of law enforcement. We will never, ever defund our police, okay? That I can tell you. We're not defunding police.
Meantime, the president postponing tomorrow's rally in New Hampshire. The White House says it's because of the storm hitting the East Coast today. A little bit more on that Facebook ad story Jason mentioned. The social media giant considering dropping political ads from its platform in the days before the 2020 presidential election. But there's concern it could backfire. Global News, 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg.
People love a good story. They like it even better when that story is real.
Is this something strange in the numbers?
Paul Sweeney.
That seems like a big miss to me.
Bonnie Quinn.
New funds getting started in order to take advantage of what might be a moment.
Bloomberg Markets, weekday mornings at 10 Eastern.
If Russia does throw this spanner in the works, what does it do to relations going forward?
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
How important is that statement there?
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
You're fierce. You take care of business and don't hold back. Taking care of your health shouldn't be any different. You know when something's off. Don't ignore symptoms like fatigue, joint pain, and rashes. Listen to your body. It could be lupus. We're here to help you take control. Learn how at BeFierceTakeControl.org. Brought to you by the Lupus Foundation of America and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Economics.
All this doom and gloom was out there.
Finance.
Do you see this as a technical correction?
Investment.
What are you looking at to give you some sort of compass through this period?
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Lots and lots of talk about what the Fed should and shouldn't do.
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
I'm going to speak with Professor Schiller of Yale University.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Where are today's real-time...
When you're facing a problem, like how to make an electric car more efficient, you could sit down and talk it through. But at Honda, we decided to listen to the wind tunnel. With wing mirrors? Or without?
Yes.
With?
No.
Without?
Yes.
With?
No.
Without?
Yes.
Or with cameras instead of wing mirrors.
Sweet.
The new Honda E with wind cameras, not mirrors, because we listen to the wind. Honda, the power of dreams.
False information about coronavirus is being spread everywhere. Popping up here, being shared there. Ping! Reaching and tricking more people with every share. They don't even understand the harm it can cause.
False information can be hard to spot. Make sure you know what you're sharing. Don't feed the beast. Visit sharechecklist.gov.uk. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
Thanks to National Lottery players, the Emerald Centre are now providing emergency food supplies and support for people in Bedfordshire like Alan. Thank you. And £600 million of National Lottery funding is on its way to thousands more local projects in England and across the UK during these exceptional times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Where do sports, culture, and basketball nostalgia collide? On their podcast, Knuckleheads, NBA veterans Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles sit down with athletes, musicians, and entertainers to get brutally honest, totally unguarded conversations about everything, from current events to untold stories from the golden era of sports.
O'Neal. You know that, right? I tried to tip dunk all the free throw line one time.
Search Knuckleheads on TuneIn to listen.
Looking for your daily fix of NFL news and analysis?
In that. So we had to blow it up and do Super Bowl predictions instead. Because
Look no further than the Pick Six podcast, where CBS sports writer Will Brinson gets you up to speed with what's trending in the NFL that day, so that you're always in the know.
Yeah, it's pretty revealing of Brinson's methodology for predictions. When he gets mad at people for predicting good teams are going to win the Super Bowl or good players are going to win major awards. That's how you wind up.
Search Pick Six on TuneIn to listen.
Buckle up, race fans.
NASCAR is back in the driver's seat.
And you can cut straight to the action here.
With the Performance Racing Network on TuneIn, you can hear PRN's live coverage of some of this year's top events.
As NASCAR's top drivers, Kevin Harvick,
Clint Boyer, and more get back on the track.
Search Performance Racing Network to listen and see upcoming races.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Did you know that with TuneIn's local radio feature, you can stream live FM and AM stations broadcasting in your area? Discover local news, talk, and music stations. Navigate to the local radio section under Browse to listen locally on TuneIn.
And breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellito. Winning week for the U.S. stock market, and up Friday, the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advanced as signs that the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19. Blunted concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the global economic recovery. Banks led the S&P 500 index higher. S&P up 33 points. That was a gain today of 1%. The Dow up 369, up 1.4%. NASDAQ up 69, up by 0.7%. 10-year down 7/32 with a yield of 0.63%. Gold down 0.2%. 17.99 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.2%. $40.50 a barrel. Recapping, equities higher again. Winning week for the U.S. stock market. S&P up 33, up by 1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg today is one that Carol and I both immediately read this morning, because as we talk about where we go from here when it comes to social justice, when it comes to visiting and revisiting some of the structural racism that we see in this country, we don't have to look much further than our own backyard of Wall Street to see the struggle that is underway, and a struggle it is, and that is well documented in this story by Linan Nguyen and led by Kelsey Butler. Kelsey joins us on the phone from New Jersey. Kelsey, first of all, really good story. You capture so much of, I think, the complications, the complexity, and the nuance here. Tell us what you set out to find and what you found.
Thank you. Well, one of the really interesting things that came up when I was speaking to my sources was obviously everyone had a really individual story, but a lot of the Black workers that I spoke to that have made their way on Wall Street, there were some similar themes as I spoke with them. One thing that came up was just this level of preparation that goes into even going to an interview. It's about looking at the senior leadership bio pages to see, is diversity something that the firm really cares about, or are they just paying lip service to it? Or before accepting an offer, going to their networks and kind of asking in informal ways, all right, well, does this place provide opportunities for advancement? Do they compensate people appropriately? And is the culture something that is welcoming and inclusive, or could I be setting myself up for working at a place that's hostile and dismissive instead?
It's so interesting, Kelsey. I think about an interview and conversation Jason and I had earlier at the top of our broadcast with the chairman and CEO of Mondelez International, and we talked about, and they talk about how they're kind of reevaluating how they're doing things and talking about set targets, set quotas, but they talked about recruiting specifically. He did, and he said, you tend to surround yourself with people that are like you and that you feel comfortable with, and it's kind of this unconscious bias. And I do wonder that despite all the talks and all the focus groups that everybody, Wall Street included, have set up, that there's still this unconscious bias that goes on that creates an unwelcoming environment for Black talent.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern. One of the interesting things, as I spoke with some executive recruiting firms that really focus specifically on diversity, is they had a lot of really tangible things that they do in their work, but that they also recommend firms do. And it starts from the moment that you post a job listing. There's actually software out there that can strip exclusionary language out of the job listing itself. And it also means making sure you're not having a really long list of must-haves that might kind of put someone out of contention that would actually still be good for the job. And the last thing was just the last thing that I wanted to mention was that it's a little bit more than just taking a passive approach, just throwing out a job listing and, hoping for the best. It's about really scouring, non-traditional channels and really making sure that in the pool of candidates, there are diverse candidates, so at least those people have a shot.
Yeah, you talk about you call it the post and pray approach. That is inadequate to actually getting the right pool. So I have to ask you, Kelsey, as you were doing this reporting, as you and Linan were doing this reporting, sort of what's the tone, especially from recruiters who specialize in diverse candidates and specifically Black candidates? What's the mood among, folks who are working inside banks at this moment, both white and Black, about kind of how everybody's doing so far? It's early days, we know, but we've heard so many CEOs talk about this, and you cite a few in your story. How does it feel like it's going in this short term?
So I think, again, it really runs the gamut. There are some people who are super optimistic and so hopeful that this is the first time a lot of conversations about race are being had in the workplace. So that is, definitely heartening to see. It at least is getting the conversation out onto the table. But then other people are really skeptical. We included in our story that the number of Black workers on Wall Street hasn't really budged beyond 8% in 15 years. So it's a problem that's been existing for a really long time. And some sources kind of feel like, all right, this has been happening for a while. You're kind of late to the party if you're only now caring about diversity.
Well, and I got to say that there's, you include an individual, Jay Freeman, in your story. He's an investment banker turned a consultant. And he says, as a black person, you bury a part of yourself when you come to work every day. There's a piece of you that you leave at the door. And he said that's something that those who are not people of color need to understand. And until it doesn't matter what your background, what your color, you can walk in a door and feel comfortable being you. That's what we need. That's what's really true inclusion, right? And having that level of comfort. And we're not seeing it, and it's not just Wall Street, but it's throughout corporate America.
Absolutely. And as a reporter, there are times that you hear someone say a quote and you're just like, wow, that absolutely sums up so much of what needs to be said in this story. And that really was one. A lot of people talked about not being able to feel like they could bring their full selves to work, and black employees especially, in my conversations it came up a lot that they have to do a lot more mental calculus about, what do I wear, what do I say, and those things happen from the interview experience
onward. Absolutely. Well, it's a great piece of reporting. Congrats to you. Kelsey Butler and Lenan Nguyen wrote it. Kelsey is private debt and direct lending reporter covering so much of Wall Street for Bloomberg. Check her out. Follow her stuff because a lot of scoops coming from Kelsey. And check out that story on the Bloomberg Terminal and at Bloomberg.com. It's among your most read.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Coronavirus hopes outweighed coronavirus fears, and the stock averages gained 2/3 to nearly 1.5%. The Dow rose 369, the Nasdaq 70 to another record close at 10,617. The S&P gaining 33. Those gains followed an analysis of Gilead Sciences drug remdesivir, which indicates it may have reduced deaths of coronavirus patients by 62%. It sent Gilead shares 2% higher and allowed investors to ignore another record increase in cases of the disease. Facebook has been criticized not only for allowing what critics call hate speech, but also misleading political claims. Now, sources tell Bloomberg the social network is talking about banning political ads in the days before the November election. And Amazon is telling its workers to delete another social media app, TikTok, which is owned by a Chinese company, from any device they use to access company email. Amazon cites security risks. Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
The best of Bloomberg Business Week every business day.
We've got a market sell-off that's spreading around the globe.
The Bloomberg Business Week podcast with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly.
Let's do the Bloomberg Business Week bite of the day, Carol.
The day's breaking global business, finance, and tech news, along with smart analysis.
We know the Fed is going to be sure and steady.
The Bloomberg Business Week podcast.
A great scoop on the terminal.
Listen today on BloombergRadio.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
So I often struggled at school. Once, when we had a maths test, I looked around the room and everyone was just doing it. And I couldn't, and I began to cry. But my teacher came over and said, it might look like one big problem, but it's just a handful of small ones, and you can deal with that. I hear her voice in my head for every problem I face to this day.
Teaching. Every lesson shapes a life. You could get £26,000 tax-free to train as a teacher. Subject to eligibility, selected subjects only. Search Get Into Teaching.
Listening has always taught us a lot at Honda. And lately, we've been listening to your thumbs. Because thumbs can do everything now. The world is at their thumb tips. So now, the My Honda Plus app lets the thumb take control of your car too. Even when you're not inside the new Honda E, your thumb can find where you parked, set the temperature before you get in, check how much the battery is charged, and schedule charging for when electricity is cheapest. The new Honda E and My Honda Plus app. Oh, a thumbs up. Honda, the power of dreams.
Give yourself a Diet Coke break.
Thanks
to national lottery players, the Emerald Centre are now providing emergency food supplies and support for people in Bedfordshire like Alan. Thank you. And £600 million of national lottery funding is on its way to thousands more local projects in England and across the UK during these exceptional times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen.
Stay close to college hoops conversation with the College Basketball Talk podcast from NBC Sports. Join Rob Doster and Bobby Reagan for weekly recaps of what's happening in every conference, nostalgic flashbacks to classic games, and big picture discussions on the future of the sport.
Yes, they found a way to ensure that there was a financial incentive for be able to get paid for a kid to go there, if that makes sense. But it's not, there was still a recruitment involved, right? Let me think about it like this.
Search College Basketball Talk on TuneIn to listen.
Okay, here we go.
With the NFL draft in the books and the schedule set, check out a TuneIn podcast for daily updates on the lead up to the 2020 season. Like the Ringer NFL show, where a rotating cast of Ringer experts talk with players, coaches, and special guests about the NFL landscape.
A lot of the other teams that we consider...
Or ESPN's NFL Live.
If there are some delays because of the COVID-19...
Search sports on TuneIn to explore these pods and much more.
Times Radio, an exciting new national speech station, is here.
Featuring live news,
analysis, conversation,
and the unequivocal world-beating journalism of The Times.
Join Asma Mir and me, Stig Abel.
I'm John Pienaar. Join me on Times Radio.
Join me, Mariella Frostrup.
I'm Giles Corrin.
Hello, I'm Kathy Newman.
This is Michael Portillo.
Join me, Carol Walker.
I'm Hugo Rifkind.
Times Radio is here.
Search Times Radio on TuneIn to listen.
This is Mike Golick from ESPN's Golick and Wingo. Every morning, Trey Wingo, my son, and I sit down to discuss all the news, drama, and highlights spinning the sports world that day. And with TuneIn, you can hear us whenever and wherever you go. Just search Golick and Wingo to start listening today.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
So coming up, part 2 of stories Carol and Jason are obsessed with today. Kelsey Butler was part 1. Andrew Mellon is part 2.
Absolutely, and all about kind of who gets paid the most. And it may not be, in terms of CEOs, it may not be exactly what you think. So we'll get to that story in just a moment. In the meantime, back to your top business headlines, some of the news after the close. Here is Charlie.
All right, I thank you very much. I thought it was going to be either fitness or private equity, but how wrong was I about that? We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing today. Stocks gained as signs that the world could be closer to an effective treatment for COVID-19. Blunted concerns that a rising number of cases will curb the economic recovery. It was an up Friday, right to the numbers, with the S&P up 33, higher today by 1%. The Dow up 369. That was a gain of 1.4%. NASDAQ up 69, higher today by just about 0.7%. 10-year down 8/32 with a yield of 0.63%. Gold down 0.3%. 17.98 the ounce. Crude West Texas Intermediate up today by 2.4%. $40.58 a barrel. As for the market backdrop, Mohamed El-Arian is a chief economic advisor at Allianz, parent company of PIMCO. He's also a Bloomberg opinion columnist. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television.
So for most businesses, it really comes down to 3 issues. Is my balance sheet strong enough? A. B, what is demand and revenue going to look like? And C, what is my cost structure going to look like?
Gilead Sciences shares advanced today as the company said its remdesivir treatment cut COVID-19 mortality risk by 62%. Gilead up today by 2.1%. The International Energy Agency bolstered its outlook for global oil demand, but warned that the recovery could be derailed by the resurgence of coronavirus. Among some of the energy names that we follow for you as a group, ExxonMobil up 3.1%, BP up 1.9%, EOG Resources up 2.4%, and Pioneer Natural up by 1%. Recapping, Equities higher. S&P up 33, a gain of 1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yes, indeed. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. And Jason's right. This is kind of the 1-2 punch, taking a look at some of our favorite stories of the day. And the headline on this one, and first of all, you have to go online and check it out because it's kind of interactive and there's incredible amounts of data. It's about the CEOs that get paid the most money, and it might not be what you think. So let's bring in Anders Mellon, executive compensation reporter at Bloomberg News. He's joining us on the phone from Brooklyn. First of all, I love it. I love the presentation. It's so much fun to check out online. Tell us, did this take you a long time to do?
Well, fortunately, I have excellent colleagues in global data that go through filings on a daily basis. So I sweep in the last minute and collect a nice Excel sheet from them and then write.
You stand on the shoulders of data giants, Anders.
Exactly.
Well done. Well done. So tell us about, I think we think about Wall Street and the folks that run all of the big Wall Street firms, that they are the ones that clean up big time.
Yeah, that's typically how we think. And I mean, some do, but those that tend to get a lot of flack are the CEOs of the big Wall Street banks. I think that's a remnant from especially around the financial crisis. And that's just not that true anymore. I mean, they still make a lot of money, but they've been surpassed for years and by multiples by people in other industries, in particularly tech, which this year's iteration of the list shows, where we have, depending on how you define tech, anywhere between 4 and 6 of the top 10 that fall into that category. And just one from finance, which is Jonathan Gray of Blackstone Group.
And so, Anders, as you have looked at that, so Charlie mentioned it's about private equity. It's always about private equity. There's always a private equity angle to everything, especially when it comes to big money. But, Anders, is this something, as someone who looks at this as closely as you do, is this something that has sort of been hiding in plain sight for a while, or did it accelerate? Like, what's underneath this?
So it's a trend it's kind of a shift that's really happened over the past 10 years, where you have had a confluence of factors. For one, you had a lot of money floating around, low interest rates, so a lot of money has been poured into the equity markets. But then you've also had this broad shift to performance-based compensation at companies broadly, and that has really made it easier for boards to defend to shareholders that we should be fine paying our top guy or gal, but it's mostly a guy, $50 million or $75 million, because he or she will only get it if the shares go up. And it's easier for investors to swallow that. Okay, yeah, fair enough. If the stock goes up by X percent, then we make X billion in total market cap, and then handing off 50 million to the top person that's a fair equation.
Right. I still feel like, though, that we could have a great executive compensation, discussion just on that. Is that still the right way to, to encourage, CEOs to continue to just kind of push the stock higher? Because, yes, it's good for shareholders. Yes, it's good for their compensation, but you do wonder if it makes CEOs potentially take missteps, if you will. Hey, Anders, let's go into some of the specifics and the numbers. There's about 5 tech people, pure tech, if you will, on this list. Top of the list is Elon Musk. I mean, you're talking, $600 million in compensation.
It's quite astounding. And Elon Musk is a standout when it comes to executive pay and will be for the foreseeable future. And then you have Tim Cook at Apple, second, he's been a recurring member of the top 10 for several years because of the big equity grant he got some years back. Then Robert Swan of Intel is up on the list this year, as he was hired in last year, and Sundar Pichai of Alphabet and Satya Nadella of Microsoft. So it's names that we recognize are out there.
Did this one stick out for you, Jason? Because I think about Hillary Kramer, right, who comes on and says she loves, isn't it Chewy, the company that she loves to buy? Chewy, the CEO, and I'm assuming, is it founder of Chewy as well?
No, he's the CEO. He's an Amazon alum that was brought in 2017, became CEO in 2018. The company went public last year, and he got a large grant of equity in conjunction with that.
One thing I noticed, because I, of course, am obsessed with these lists, Anders, and so I went back to last year's as well. The main finance names across the 2 years all from Blackstone. Jonathan Gray this year, but Steve Schwartzman and Tony James. Tony James, of course, Jonathan Gray's predecessor as president of Blackstone. So Blackstone, from a Wall Street perspective, doing okay, representing, right?
Yeah, they are certainly making sure to keep the representation up there.
That carried interest.
And there's a few women on there, too. Sheryl Sandberg.
Well, there's a few women not in the top 10.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to say it's number 19, number 36, number 60, and number 72.
Yeah, let's be clear about that. All right. Andrews Mellon, you're the best. Thank you for bringing us this story. And as you say, a great team effort by the Global Data team. And Andrews Mellon, he looks after executive compensation. And look, we love these stories. And
go online because you really can play with it and get even more specifics in terms of their compensation breakdowns for each of the individuals. So it's really, really cool. All right, let's get back to World and National News headlines. For that, let's turn things over once again to Denise Pellegrini. Hi, Denise.
Hey, Carol. Well, U.S. COVID cases are up 1.9% in the latest 24 hours. Now, that is in line with the 7-day average, but new cases in Florida are up 4.9%. And Governor DeSantis says the federal government is sending more antivirals to the state.
So we've got 427 additional cases coming. That's 17,080 additional vials of remdesivir.
And DeSantis also saying the state still plans to have schools fully reopened for the fall term. Out in California, the number of one-day deaths close to a record high, and officials there are releasing about 8,000 non-violent offenders from state prisons. The state is trying to ease overcrowding in the hope that will help slow the spread of the virus. President Trump at the U.S. Southern Command Center in Miami-Dade for a briefing on Southcom's counter-narcotics operations, and the president is taking credit for the decline in fatal American overdoses, and he blames the coronavirus for causing an uptick.
Unfortunately, the shutdowns caused by the China virus have led to a recent rise in overdose deaths.
All right, and up on the Bloomberg Terminal, election results coming in from Singapore. The ruling party has retained a parliamentary majority. The opposition, though, won more seats than ever. And Amazon telling employees to delete the TikTok app from any mobile devices they use because of security concerns. It's, of course, owned by a Chinese company. And the DNC is also warning employees to delete the app. TikTok, of course, owned by ByteDance. And the White House is considering banning the app. Global News, 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and this is Bloomberg.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, Noel Spiegel, former senior partner with Deloitte & Touche and past JCF president, discusses the advantages of a donor-advised fund over a private foundation.
There's a lot involved in having a private foundation. You need to engage attorneys, you need to engage accountants, file tax returns. At JCF, all of that is done for you. You don't have to get involved in anything other than making your contribution to your fund and then determining which grants that you want to make.
A JCF fund may be opened with a minimum $5,000 contribution of cash or appreciated securities and can be used as an alternative to or together with a private foundation.
If you have a foundation, you have to list all of the contributions that you made. Potentially anybody, because the information is public, can find out exactly which organizations a foundation has made charitable contributions to.
Let JCF simplify your philanthropy and protect your privacy. Learn more about JCF's private client group at jcfny.org.
Imagine being denied an apartment because of your religion, or your race, or because you have children, or a disability.
It's so wrong.
Yes, but who has the power to stop this?
You do. Each of us has the power. The law is on your side. It's illegal for landlords to discriminate because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or familial status. If you suspect that you have experienced housing discrimination, file a complaint with HUD immediately so we can investigate it. Fair housing is your right.
Use it.
To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Or call 1-800-669-9777. 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
The doors are opening.
Short on time? Don't worry. You can still get your cook on with Asda. Get 3 Asda ready meals for just £5.50. Like our beef lasagna or our tomato and mozzarella panette bake. Hang up your oven globs, we've got dinner covered. Asda. Save money, live better. Selected stores and lines subject to availability. Meals 400 grams, £2.10 each.
Give yourself a Diet Coke break.
How do we control coronavirus now? Listen to Claudia. She's a care worker.
I got the call from NHS Test and Trace. Told I'd been in contact with someone with coronavirus. Couldn't believe it. I had to isolate at home for 14 days. Couldn't go to work, couldn't go to the shops, couldn't get out to exercise. I didn't even feel ill. But you know what? To protect my family, my friends, my community, well, you just do it, don't you?
Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
Are you ready for the realest first-hand take of what's happening in the NBA? On their podcast, All the Smoke, former NBA players Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson bring their fiery intensity to the mic, dishing on the latest news and drama from on and off the court without boundaries.
Half man, half amazing. My friend, our brother, Vince Carter, man, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up, man? What's up, my brother? Man,
Search All the Smoke on TuneIn to listen.
How do hockey fans know what day it is? Just turn on the Locked on NHL podcast, where a rotating cast of hockey experts guide you through the week with a different theme show for every day. From big news Monday to recap Friday.
But we've got a couple of news items that are noteworthy in the NHL in the last week, one of which is below the NHL, and we'll bring that up first. So the AHL announced officially, this has been speculated for weeks and weeks, but the AHL...
Search Locked on NHL on TuneIn to listen.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Who says you can't have a laugh while getting serious about America's pastime? On the daily podcast Locked on MLB, comedian and baseball fanatic Paul Francis Sullivan talks about each team, each pennant race, and everything else in the game, from rule changes and controversies to baseball cards and stadium food.
For those of you who are not familiar with me or the old show, I love to obsess over baseball. I'm talking baseball over the Super Bowl. We had a TV showing the division series during my wedding.
Search Locked on MLB on TuneIn to listen today.
We're all guilty of spending too much time on social media. Why not add something genuinely useful to your feed with TuneIn? Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about some of the best stuff happening around the app. You might just discover your next audio obsession.
Times Radio, an exciting new national speech station, is here.
Featuring live news,
analysis, conversation,
and the unequivocal world-beating journalism of The Times.
Join Asma Mir and me, Stig Abel.
I'm John Pienaar. Join me on Times Radio.
Join me, Mariella Frostrup.
I'm Giles Corrin.
Hello, I'm Kathy Newman.
This is Michael Portillo.
Join me, Carol Walker.
I'm Hugo Rifkind.
Times Radio is here.
Search Times Radio on TuneIn to listen.
Looking to freshen up your listening on TuneIn? Head to the homepage to discover something new. There you'll see custom recommendations based on your listening habits, along with new episodes of shows you've enjoyed in the past. Uncover your next audio obsession on the homepage.
News 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pelleton. Up Friday, the S&P 500 index extended its weekly gain on hopes for a virus treatment. Banks led the S&P 500 index as the gauge extended its weekly advance to 1.8%. S&P up today by 33 points, ending the week heading into the weekend at 3185, up 1.1%. The Dow advanced 369 points, up 1.4%. NASDAQ up 69, up 0.7%. 10-year yield 0.64%. Gold down 0.3%, $17.98 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.4%, $40.59 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, our next guest works big time in the restaurant and food service industries, or at least works with them. Christopher Siefkin is head of technology at the global payments company Xenial. Hopefully I said it correctly, working with roughly 51,000 restaurants and about 110,000 merchants around the world. Really good global perspective on this industry. Joining us on the phone from Charlotte, North Carolina. Chris, nice to have you here with us. Did I say it all right?
Yeah, you did. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. And Jason and I have talked with a lot of folks within this industry. In fact, Danielle Ballou was on with us just earlier in the week, just trying to find out, what they're doing, their way back. They're having to pivot, big time. Tell us what you're seeing with, especially since you have so many different clients within the hospitality and food service industry.
Yes, I think on our end, we've seen lots of people work with delivery providers and go online and a lot of online in-app ordering. And then we've seen a number of our customers really change their operational perspective. So with us, we work with 20 of the top 40 food brands in the world, QSRs, mostly names that Taco Bell, Burger King, folks like that. And we've seen, like I said, lots of changes from the way they do business to the way they get orders and operational changes as well, using the parking lot like a car hop, almost going back in time, and all sorts of things, really.
So what sticks here, Chris? I mean, what's the sort of technology that you are introducing or seeing, and people are saying, well, yeah, even if I can go in somewhere, not wear a mask, do whatever I used to do, I'm still going to stick with this. Is it on the payment side? Is it on the ordering side? Tell us about it.
I think there's a lot of things that stick, actually. When you think about, how you as a consumer do business going forward, you want to do things that are going to be safe and convenient. And so we saw an uptick in delivery before all this started, but it's been pretty dramatic, pretty drastic over the past, say, 6 months, the real shift in consumer behavior. And I think, even when it's safe to do so, a lot of the ways that people consider interacting with these consumer brands is really going to shift to a more sort of hands-off and less about the real estate kind of interaction. I think that's going to stick.
Well, yeah, talk to us about that, because I'm curious what it means for you guys specifically, because I know I'm somebody, and as a family, we've finally gotten to like Apple Pay, but I think about how increasingly I'd much rather, whether I'm in an airport, when I eventually get back to airports, I love that idea where I get to just, order on, not a laptop, but a tablet, and just have stuff come. I kind of like that mode. What does all of this mean for you guys? And I'm just curious if you're seeing early signs of an uptick in kind of this contactless world.
Yeah, I mean, contactless payment in general is up considerably, just due to the fact that people don't want to touch things, and I think that makes a lot of sense. And
how much is it up? Do you have any idea?
It's substantial. So, just if I look at the numbers for online ordering and delivery, just in the first bit of the pandemic year, we publicly stated, up 50% on an ongoing basis.